Oh, it hasn't cleared up yet. Oh, there it is. All right, I gotta get rid of those too. Yo, everybody, good to see you. Hope you're all having a good day. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're going to be working on another character sheet. Why? Because honestly, let's get rid of that too. Honestly, my brain is still fried, and I got a lot of projects in the background. So instead of working on like some sort of work stuff, I decided, you know what, it's time to just work out personal projects until I catch up with all my work. Once all the work is done, then I could actually start, you know, drawing more projects, more models. That was the other thing. Since I'm currently working on a model, I didn't want to burn myself out anymore on live 2D rigging stuff, so I took a break on that too. So we're going to be doing some character sheet drawing. And in the meantime, I hope you have a good day. I hope you enjoy your stay. All of that good stuff goes on. I recognize that. Ain't JoJo's coming out tomorrow? But yeah, also, Umbra, thank you for the 15 months. Hold on a minute. I forgot to get the text to speech, so let's do this proper. Let's copy, paste, and make sure that message is across. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Any minute now.
Yo Lampy. 15 months already come and gone. Here's to many more. Cheers to you and your success. Hoping for the best for you. Keep being awesome.
Thank you there, Umbra. I greatly appreciate it. And know you keep being awesome. Wait, what success? Right, what are these characters doing on the screen? Hold on a minute. We got to get rid of these models. Those ones were not redeemed. And there we go. We're all set. But yeah, in the meantime, let's before we get started, let's catch up with everybody. Good to see you there, Ryu. Good to see you there, Amber. Kui, Tron, Acres. How's everybody doing? Umbra. Let's also give a shout out to a couple folks. Let's give a shout out to Umbra Phoenix. Folks, go check out Umbra Phoenix. If you're a big fan of, what's it called? Okay, first we got to give a shout out to Umbra Phoenix. Folks, if you're a big fan of the, what's the word I'm looking for? Pokemon's, Nintendo stuff. Not even just Nintendo. Just, Pokemon's, games like that. What's the other one I'm thinking of? Hollow Knight. That's a good place to go. Go check out Umbra Phoenix. I highly recommend it. And Lil, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Can someone put exclamation point Lil? I think it's funnier that way. You know what? It's fine. I got this. No.
Lampy Moth Tax.
No. Why is there a hype train? One, go check out Lil. Folks, if you like very wild places, like it's usually a very chill environment, a very chill stream, but they say some really out-of-pocket stuff. Don't believe me? Check their clips. I should know. Go check out their clips. I highly recommend it. Really funny streams. Really big, how do I put it? Yeah, just really funny streams. Lies. The clips are right there. There's evidence. No cult tax.
Moth cult tax. Pay up you all.
No moth cult tax. What are you talking about? But yeah, go check out Lil. I highly recommend it. Really funny streams. Yo, also, I need to lower my alerts here, because for some reason the alerts on my raids and stuff, those are surprisingly loud. They're louder than I expected them to be. But yeah, also, let me try to catch that name again. Moth in a Mug, how ya be? Hope things are going well. Thank you again for the raid as well. Okay, folks, go check out Lil. Go check out Moth in a Mug. I like that name, Moth in a Mug. What were you doing? Hope things were well. Hope things were good. Let's give a shout out to Moth in a Mug as well. What games were you playing? Let's find out. Shadow shifts, candlelight flickers, lamp spotted, mothling swarm. Moth raid incoming. Welcome on in there, fellow moths. I hope things are good. Doing good. How are you? Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad to hear that you're good. Me? I am melting. I am in an oven. I am in a sauna that transcends the entire city. Or not transcends, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm in a sauna that covers that traverses the entire city. That's the one I'm looking for. Or covers. Let's go with covers. Covers is a simple word. So no matter where I go, it's freaking warm. Heck, I bought an ice cream, and by the time I got home, I had to put it in the freezer. That's how bad it is. But, despite the horrible weather, things have been good. Work has been solid. I have a game plan that should set me up for retirement. It's gonna be a bit of a while on that game plan, but that's what retirement is all about. You work until you can't work no more, and then you just have that money there to set you up. That's my game plan. If I'm lucky, I could set this up early. Well, anyway, but you didn't show up here to hear me talk about stocks. Hi everybody, hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams, and today is one of those gaming streams. Today, we're going to be working on some character sheets. If you've been here before, you've seen me work on a couple of character sheets before. Here's some of the character sheets that we worked on in the past. We got the Lampy character sheet. Yes, that is a shotgun, as you can tell. We also worked on a character sheet for the bird. Not only that, but we also worked on a character sheet for, as surprising as it may be, a mech suit. Yeah, a Lampy mech. Granted, it's a cartoon mech, but it's still a mech. But yeah, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you saw it around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Pocopia, for the first time, I got a little lost in the game. Ooh. How are you enjoying Pocopia? Gotta get it done now, so I can enjoy retirement. Yeah. Oh, so you can enjoy retirement. Exactly. Gotta get that retirement in. Also, let's give a shout out to Jiro. Go check out Jiro, pay the shadow tax. Jiro, you did not get lost in the sauce. Yeah, I still remember. Lampy always remembers. Never forget that. Lampy always remembers. Pay the shadow tax. Go follow Jira. Go support the Jira. Go pay the shadow tax. Also, good to see you there, Lil. How was... I remember... Oh, it was the coffee game. How did the coffee game... Oh, wait. I remember the coffee game. I remember what you drew during that. Okay, so yeah. We're going to try to catch up with a lot of the reading. So, first, let's also give a shout out to Shoop. They don't stream yet, but... they may be streaming in the future, so look forward to Shupa. And last but not least, go check out Toshi. Because Toshi, I'm finally back to streaming, which means you're not safe either, Toshi. You're not safe. How you doing, Lampy? Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's been a muggy day, but other than that, it's been pretty good. Yep, Steel Ball Run comes out tomorrow, as today Invincible new season started, so this is a busy weekend. Invincible, that's what's up. I can't wait. Also, good to see you there, Peanut. Toshi, Lil, everybody, good to see you. Throne? No Throne. Stay away from the Throne. No Throne. Thank you for the hydrate there, Peanut. Also, good to see you there, Jiro, Mooney. Oh, can someone put exclamation point Mooney? Let me also back away from the screen. There we go. Thanks for putting Mooney. Let's see. Mom, dad tax? No mom, dad tax. I say nothing like that, I swear. Lil, what were you drawing in that cup? What did you draw in the coffee mug? Because I remember the coffee mug. What did you draw in that coffee mug, Lil? But yeah, also, good to see you there, Mocha Moth, Misty Elf, Moth in a Mug, Eaten by Plague. Mood. Alright, let me try to catch up. We're almost there. Lampy does love his shotgun. I mean, it was the first toggle we ever added to this thing, with the exception of the pen. Also, shoot, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I greatly appreciate that. Lampy Mac is the best. Yo, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. We're almost there. DF? What? Go check out Toshi. They may stream someday. Also, go check out Mooney. Pay the moon tax. They're looking for... yeah, they're trying to earn money to get a new PC. You should go support them on that one. Yeah, go support them on that one. How dare? And I'd do it again. Welcome on in there, Death God. How you be? And Echo. Echo, thank you for the hydrate. Phoenix, thank you for the hydrate, the posture check, and the stretch. Yeah.
Mission failed.
Yeah. There we go. Mission failed indeed. You thought you were safe, but nah. We catch everybody. Why? Because I think it's funny. Alright, with that being said, so as you can see, we've worked on a couple of character sheets in the past, and we got to reset the PC. Or not the PC, we got to reset the tablet. But yeah, we've worked on some character sheets in the past, but now we're going to make one for, well, how do I put this one? Thoughts on cheese. There's your answer. We have a whole emote for it. Oh, wrong image. That's for something later. Anyway. So we worked on a couple of character sheets before, but now we're going to be working on a character sheet for the bird. But not the bird that you think. We already worked on that version of the bird. So let's get rid of this for a second. Now we got to work on that version of the bird. So, yeah. Sorry, I just got to raise my chair a bit. But anyway, so yeah, now we just got to work on the character sheet for that one, because the game plan is make plushies for the bird that you see on the character sheet and make figures for the bird that you see in the left corner over there. Anyway, we're going to get rid of that one because that one takes up a lot of computer processing. So back to, let's put them back to regular bird. Also, welcome on in there, Sir T. And let's give a shout out to Echo. Folks, go check out Echo. Very, very chill times over there. Very casual streams. If you're a fan of, well, one, if you're a fan of art. If you're a fan of farming games, that's a good place to go. But for some reason, I can't help but think that I've seen Helldivers there. Either that or Helldivers is just consuming everything that I watch. That might be the other case. Whew. Also, bear with me here though, folks, because, yeah, bear with me here on this one there, folks, because the words I'm looking for, what are the words I'm looking for? Since it's very, very warm today, I might have trouble thinking. That's the best way to go for it. All right, with that being said, let's get a reference. Well, not even just a reference image, but we're going to get the original PNG of the bird. We're going to get both PNGs of the bird. This way, it'll be easier to... Well, how do I put it? We'll already have a good starting point for the reference sheet. First, I just got to find those PNGs. Got to go to pictures. Picture. There we go. And screenshot. Oh, I never made a screenshot of... Okay, hold on a minute. We got to find a specific... screenshot for this one. So in order for that to work, I have to get an actual screenshot of the bird that we currently have. Because I just realized the PNGs that I have right now are kind of outdated. We need to change that up. So let's fix that. How do we fix that? Well, here's what we gotta do. We actually gotta get the bird model back out for this one. There we go. Okay. Wait, that won't work either. Okay. I think I have an idea on how to make this work. This is gonna be a bit tricky, but I got an idea. So here's what we gotta do. First, we're gonna turn off the tracking. We're gonna close the app. We're gonna start it back up again. As you can see, I was not as prepared as I thought I was. Speaking of not being prepared, I still need to send that character sheet for... Or not character sheet. Yeah, I still need to send the... I still need to send my friend, That's not helping. I need to send an image. Not an image. I need to send my friend my character sheet for D&D. That's the other one I need to do. Alright, I'm gonna try to figure this out. Yo, EB, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Give me 1 second there, folks. I'm going to just hide everything so I can focus and I can think. And I will get back to you as soon as I got the idea in mind. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's go to this. Let's get VTube Studio back up. That should be good. Now that we got that, blank slate, get the image of the bird, or get the bird model back out. Let's move them right over here. That should be good. Yeah, that should be solid enough. All right, so now that we got the image of the bird, screenshot, save. You know what? Larger image, just to be safe. Actually, no. I just realized what I should do. So first, oh, that wouldn't have worked anyway. Right. That's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's have that right there. That should be good. What's the other button I was supposed to push? Screenshot. There we go. That should be solid enough, and now we can just use that image and toss it into the Photoshop. And then we're good. Now, while that's left, let's go over here. Pictures. There we are. Screenshot. Delete the previous two. Use this one. Toss this into Photoshop. Actually, you know what? The image of... Or, yeah, I think this image size should be good. Should be okay. Maybe... maybe that size should be alright. Okay, so now that we got that part, just toss them over there. Rasterize this image. Then boom. On. All right. Now that we got that set up, I think we should be... Wait. I don't know why, but I feel like that image is a little small. I'm not sure why I think that, though. Maybe there. We'll figure it out from there afterwards. Anyway, rasterize. Rasterized layer, delete. Okay, and we're good. Now we save. Whew. God, it's too warm today. Anyway, let's catch up with some things. My other half made mac and cheese with hot dogs. Ooh, nice. That's pretty cool. Ate Death God and the kids, or ate macaroni and cheese. Ooh, nice. All right, let's see. Welcome on in there, EB. How ya be? Hope things are going well. Okay, we need to give a shout out to Quee and EB. Wait, did I give a shout out to Quee yet? No, but I think I should. Go check out EB first. They do a lot of arting. They also make adoptable models. or adoptable designs. That means you just buy a design off of them that they've already made, and yeah, that's about it. And go check out Quee. Go support the Quee. They play a lot of they play a good variety of games, especially Night Rain. If you're a fan of Elden Ring Night Rain, which you already know, I sure am, then you go check out Quee. Quee's a lot of awesome, or yeah, Quee plays a lot of games. Okay, not a lot of games. Quee plays some fun games, and Quee is awesome. Go check out Quee. All right. Without further ado, finally time to start this thing. Oh, right. Also, get the camera set up again. There we go. Now it's finally time to start this thing. You should add what I posted in Yu-Gi-Oh! To your throne. I will have to check it out. But at the moment, I'm not really thinking about physical items as much because I barely have any space in my room as it is. Like, honestly, once I assemble that Exodia, which I'm hoping to do next week, I don't even know where I'm going to put it. But I wouldn't mind. Oh, right, I forgot. I never reset this thing. Hold on a minute. Here when I thought I was done. Run. Okay. I got distracted by too many things. But we're almost there. We're almost there. We've almost cleaned up the stuff. We're almost there, folks. We're almost there. We're also going to close Photoshop for a second. Now that that is all set up, let's bring back Photoshop. And we're almost there. We're almost there. There we go. All right. So here's how we're going to set up this character sheet. Let's also get rid of those words. We don't need it. But here's how we're going to set up this character sheet. First, we need to size up this character. We might actually need to make this box a little bit larger. So let's keep them where they are. Let's copy the background color. And let's enlarge the image a bit. Right there should be good. Bird. Yeah, there's actually a clip that I remember catching when I realized, oh, yeah, the way the wording works does not bode well. All right, so now that we got this image, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna duplicate, move it to the side, and we're gonna reduce the opacity of that one and make a new layer. As this way, we're gonna be able to... We're gonna try to draw the character... What's the word I'm looking for? We're gonna try to draw a side view now, or a profile view, if you would. Okay, the proper term is profile view, but let's be honest, we're gonna call it a side view because it's easier to understand and a lot faster to explain. Or not even faster to explain, just it makes the conversations move faster. Which is always why I talk smack about acronyms. For those of you that don't know, every time someone uses an acronym to me, I don't know what they're talking about. So, the conversation... Okay, see, here's the thing about acronyms. Here's the thing about acronyms that I feel is counterintuitive, if you will. Yeah, it's Lampy ranting time. So, the thing that I feel about with acronyms is that they don't do what they're supposed to do. Acronyms are supposed to shorten things down, but that only works if both parties understand what on earth is being said. If both parties do not understand what's being said, you in fact have caused yourself to waste more time than you were trying to save by using said acronym. What do I mean by that? Well, you use the acronym. That's supposed to shorten down the explanation, right? Wrong. Why? Because some people don't even know what you're talking about, and they have to ask you, what on earth does that mean? and then you have to explain it. Therefore, you had to say the entire thing anyway, and then some. So, accurates are a big fat waste. Prove me wrong. Lampy, I'm going to yell in the chat right now. Headphone warning. Welcome on in there, Thunder. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Oh, really? See, that's different. That's not an accurate or acronym. That's a meme. See, don't use acronyms. Use memes. Memes work so much faster. You know why? Because we all know them. We all know memes. If we don't, oh, we're going to be in for a treat. Because now, see, here's the difference between an acronym and a meme. You explain the acronym, you just wasted your time. You explain the meme, now you have spread that information even further out than it needs to be, because you're not the only one that's going to be learning about that meme. You tell someone about a meme, that person's going to remember that meme. And if they can remember that meme, they're going to tell another person, and another person, and another person. And thus, you had caused an infection. So stop using acronyms. Start using memes. That's what you should be doing. Also, let's give a shout out to Thunder. I went dumpster diving at work. What'd you find? Welcome on in there, Narisa. How you be? Let's give a shout out to the Rolling Thunder. Go check them out. Very funny streams, very chill times. That's all you're getting. Alright. Lampy has an infection? Yes. I have been infected with night rains. They told me it's terminal. Terminal night rains. I don't have long to live. Because I won't get out of my chair and exercise. Because I'm too busy playing Night Rain. And thus, yeah, that's about it. That's the end. That's all you really need to know, folks. That's the end of the story. Let me see. Okay, so that's where the hair is. So that would mean that this would be the shape of the head. And that's where the chin is, so we're trying to figure this out right now. Because I need to make sure that the head is... I need to make sure that all the proportions are accurate to the face view, frontal view. Because if it's not, then that's going to be a problem when it comes to 3D work. Like if I need to send this to someone to commission, that's going to be a problem. Like if I'm trying to get someone to make a 3D model of this, they're going to have a little bit of trouble because they need a side view and they need the front view and the side view, and they need those two to be practically accurate. If they're not, then they're not going to line up properly. And if they don't line up properly, well, yeah. Millions died? Wait, why did millions die? What'd you do? Oh, there was a pallet jamming a dumpster blast door, so I had to get in there to unjam it. Oh, well, there you go. Rest of pepperonis, Lampert. Whee, what do you mean? You're in the same boat as I am. You're playing more Night Rain than I was today. Rip Lampy, we hardly knew ye, but we knew ye enough to pay the cold tax and raid the throne. No raiding the throne, stay away from the taxes. You know what? You know what? Take that. Folks, go check out Toshi. They're going to be streaming soon in a maid outfit. Why? Because that goal isn't being reached. And it's already pretty late in the month, so I don't see that one happening anytime soon. Unless someone could pull off a miracle and steal Mr. Beast's credit card. Yeah, this ain't happening. Ha ha ha. A nice try. Too bad for Toshi, though. I'm immortal, though? You know what? I was gonna say, pass me some of that immortality, but I don't want to live on this world for that long. I don't want to be here forever. I don't know what's on the other side. Not gonna lie, I'm a little terrified of what's on the other side. But yeah, nah, I don't want to. As terrifying as the thought of what's on the other side may be, mostly because Warhammer, thanks a lot, Warhammer, I would really not want to be here forever. I mean, heck, part of me is convinced that this is hell. And I'm really hoping it is, because that means if this is hell, then that would mean the other side will be better. Maybe. Unless it's just another layer of hell, in which case, oh no. Oh, this is a problem. Anyway. Okay, so there's the nose. So we actually got to bring this line across. This is where the chin is. And then that's where the eyebrow is. So boom, there we go. All right, we're getting the view across. We're getting the idea from one point to the other.
Everyone has had a reason to smile today, Tilda.
Yo, Sherbert. Thank you for the 15 months. It's been 15 months already. That's over a year. It's been over a year already? When did that happen? Folks, go check out Sherbert. Go check out Sherbert the Code. Really funny streams, really awesome times, really cool, yeah, really cool streams, really chill times, very chaotic person. If you don't believe me, go check out the Sherbert. Why are you licking the Sherbert, Quee? Quee, they're not made out of actual sherbet. Or at least I think they're not. Sherbet, are you made out of actual sherbet? I know you're a pod, but you never know. They might be like an ice cream pod. You never know. If I'm correct, they did have a lemon flavor. That was lemon, right? Hi, Lampy. Yo, Karibo Lord, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Thank you, Quee. Get Jiro. Go pay the shadow tag. Hey, Lampy, have you seen the weather report for today? Oh, maybe. Is there a potential risk of rain? Is there a potential risk of rain there, Buckwater? Am I hearing that there's a chance of rain today? Maybe. You never know. If not, well, you got my hopes up. Welcome on in there, Buckwater. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Buckwater, and then I'm going to catch you with the rest of the reading. Buckwater. Right, I put back of water. Back of water, like water off a duck's back. There we go. All right, let me see. Someone please do a miracle. I don't know, Toshi. It's already over half the month. It's already almost 2/3 of the month, and we haven't even made it to the first K. I don't think we're making 10K there, Toshi. That's a unfortunate shame. Which, by the way there, folks, if you don't know what that thing is up there, if we somehow, some way, miraculously reach 10K out of donations alone, I would have to do an entire stream where I have to use Lampy made PNG. Like, the full month. I will have to try to do the entire 30 days. But if it doesn't reach that goal, Toshi has to wear the... Toshi gets a maid outfit character drawing. And they have to stream with that PNG. So that's gotta be fun. Why Warhammer? Wait, why were we talking? Wait, why not a Warhammer? What were we talking about again? What did I mention? I know I mentioned Warhammer for a reason. Cult time. Don't evade taxes. No, evade tax. Okay, let me rephrase that. Evade taxes here. No taxes here. Also, thank you for the giant emails there, folks. Oh yeah, how you doing there, Karibo? My reason to smile today... Oh, my reason to smile today is you are alive, and I start my new job tomorrow. Hey, that's what's up. I hope you have fun at the new job. Don't let it break your soul like it broke mine. Oh god, don't let it break your soul. That's a harrowing experience. Anyway, you're gonna have a lot of fun, I'm sure of it. You're gonna love that job. It's gonna be great. They're gonna treat you right. They're totally not gonna make you work twice as hard trying to pretend that you're actually working, when in all actuality, there's no work to make. So you gotta pretend that there's actually a reason for them to keep you there. You'll be fine. Honestly, that's why I like doing what I do now, because if I don't have work, I don't have to do work. But I want work, so when work shows up, I'm ready for it all. All right, let's see. What did I walk into? That's a good question. We were talking about lemonade. But also, I'm honored to hear that you enjoy these streams there, Sherbert. Folks, go check out Sherbert. Really awesome people. If you haven't already, you're doing yourself a disservice. Go check out Sherbert. Also, right now, we're trying to figure this out. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Talk about the reason I have to smile today. Well, I got ice cream in the freezer. And when I went to the fridge, there was actually still soda in there. Granted, unfortunately, I had to pay the electric bill, but I will say one thing that is comfortable is that I was able to pay the electric bill and not absolutely just struggle with it didn't it kind of put a dent in my account, but I'm still good for a couple of months, and considering the work that I'm getting right now, I should still be good for a couple of months more. So things are steady. Thank God. Licks Jira. Why are you licking Jira, Quee? Thank you. Blushes. I just realized it's been a while. I'm seeing WWE. God, that was, if that was the last stream you've ever done in quite a while, I will say that was quite an event. You know what? That was definitely one way. That is a way to end, or yeah, that is a way to go on a hiatus. You ended it with a bang. That was an amazing event. I'm never gonna forget that one. Let's see. You said Warhammer is what made you scared of the other side. Oh, okay. So why am I scared of Warhammer? Well, apparently, when you die in Warhammer, it doesn't get any better. You don't actually get to rest. You get eaten by things. You end up in the ethereal plane where there are monstrosities upon monstrosities, and even those monstrosities are still guppies in comparison to the gods that devour everything. So it's like, oh, I do not want to be there. Especially if you get reincarnated there, it's not any better. Imagine being part of the... What's that one place? I think the only people that are enjoying themselves are the freaking orcs. Maybe somebody else, but as far as I know of, based off of everything I've seen, the only people that enjoy themselves in Warhammer are the freaking orcs. Everyone else is fighting for their lives. The orcs are dying for the heck of it. Also, Liz the Goth Moth, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Liz. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. Very, very chill streams, very, very fun times, really, really awesome people. Go check them out. And everybody stopping by. From Liz the Goth Moth stream. My name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. Today we're currently working on a character sheet for the bird over here, as you can see. I've made a few character sheets before. We've made the Lampy character sheet. We've made the bird. I'm not going to say the rest of the name for that one, but yeah, we've made the bird character sheet. There we go. That's a better way to go about it. And I've also made where is it? A character sheet for the mech. Not gonna lie, this one here was the one that was the most trouble. What the? Yo, Night Shadow, thank you for the 5 months. Since you just subscribed for yourself, as you know, you have the option to add a message that you would like the bird to say, and I will add it to the text-to-speech. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you would like to, the option is there. WSG Bra. What's a WSG? But yeah, let's also give a shout out to Night Shadow. Also, I'm not sure if I said this part, but everyone stopping by, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding a run, because that's what raids are all about. But if that's around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And go follow Night Shadow, go follow Liz the Goth Moth. Both awesome people. Go check them out when you get the chance. Also, good to see you there. Phoenix, how you be? Oh. WSG means Wasgo. What's Wasgo? Is that a Warhammer thing? It might be a Warhammer thing. Is that what the orcs say? I thought they said Wog. Oh, Wog. I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me on that. Oh, was good. Oh. Oh, I didn't see the D at the end. He's nuts. Anyway. Thank you for letting me. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Was it good? Yeah, so far. Or yeah, was good. A lot of night rain. Too much night rain. Actually, no, not enough night rain. I'm waiting for those new things to pop up. What the hell? What? Flip. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let me catch up some reading over here while we work on stuff. I actually also just got the okay from my current comm client to experiment using vectors for the emote. Ooh, hey, you got a commission too? That's pretty awesome. That also reminds me, this Friday I need to work on a commission myself. I got to work on... What's the word I'm looking for? I have to work on... whatchamacallit. I have to work on an emote for somebody. Now that I got the game plan for said emote, I know what I need to set up. So I just need to work on that next. The only thing they really told me for the emote that they want me to work on is just go ham, buddy. And I was like, okay, go ham. Understandable. I know exactly what I need to do. So Friday we work on that emote. And someday I will get back to the games because I need to finish Rising Revengeance and I need to continue more Elden Ring. We need to abolish electric bills? Yes, I agree. I don't know. Fair enough. Oh, dude, have you seen the new WWE game? They added ragdoll physics. Oh, I gotta see. I can't wait for next year. Next year is gonna be wild. I gotta see the Baka Water whenever you get the chance. You know what? D&D time. Remind me to remind you that during D&D, I need to talk, or yeah, if you have any images of the ragdoll physics, that you need to show everybody, because we need to see this during D&D. I also need to send in that character sheet later. Alright, also, let me catch up some things. Oh, looks like the sub update while my stream was still loading. All good, all good. Also, hello. Welcome on in there, Night Shadow. I was just saying two things. One, thank you for the 5 months there, Night Shadow. 2, I just gave you a shout out. And 3, since you subscribe for yourself, if you like, you have the option to have the bird say one message of your choice by just typing it in the chat. I will add that to the text to speech. And yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I wanted to let you know that the option is available. Lampy, can you show me your clips of the wall licking lick? What clips? I don't have those ones. Wait, actually I've clipped a few people watching that scene, so yeah, apparently I do have clips of the wall licking lady. Oh yeah, welcome on in there, Night Shadow. How you be? I hope you're having a good day, everybody. We need to abolish all bills. I agree. I want bills to be gone. I'm not even saying this as someone who... Okay, I'm not even saying any of these things as an expert. I'm not even saying these things as some sort of political standing. I just want to stop spending money. I want to be able to just sit somewhere for the rest of my days and never think, I gotta pay someone to be here. Look, I'd be willing, I wouldn't mind electric bills if I didn't have to pay for the roof over my head. That's the thing I'm looking at.
Moth Tax. Moth Tax. This is your Streamly Moth Tax. How are you doing, Lampy? I hope you're doing well. I shall be lurking as I multitask nights too.
The point is, the entire message got across even though the emote got cut off. First of all, no night tax. Or no moth tax. Actually, yeah, night tax. Go to Night Shadow's stream, pay the Nightshade tax. No, Nightshade tax is Brina Belladonna's stream. Pay the night tax over at Night Shadows. I was gonna say shadow tax, but someone already has that. They might be saying otherwise, but someone already has that. So yeah, go to Night Shadow's stream, pay the night tax, all that good stuff. And I hope you do your lurking. I hope it goes well. I'm not sure what I used the text-to-speech for, to be honest. Oh. Yeah. To be fair, like I said, the option is available if you want to. If anything ever pops up, feel free to say, I'm calling in the favor. If not, that's okay too. Alright, let me see. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and whatever it is that you work on, I hope it goes well. Speaking of the wall-licking lady, okay, I know that's a weird transition. I started playing more Night Rain, and I started playing the Undertaker. And holy cow, I forgot why I stopped playing. Okay, I remember why I stopped playing Undertaker. And it wasn't because of anything against Undertaker. It was just that I was cooking with Revenant. Literally cooking. I don't even mean that as, oh, he's, you know, let him cook and all of that. I don't mean it as the meme type of metaphor. I was literally in a lab right here. I was like brainstorming. I was brainstorming. I was setting up. Once I saw that video, I was like, okay, I see the video. I could see how they can make Revenant sustain, or, you know, have health sustainability, but we can make it better. We can make it stronger. We can make them box. And that's exactly what we did. And since then, I don't remember the rest of the words I was looking for this one. Oh, actually, that line does work right there. Anyway, since I was playing a lot of Revenant, and since I was playing Revenant with my friend hates Revenant. Absolutely despises that thing. Because, yeah, there was a lot of things to talk smack about with Revenant. I won't deny, as a avid Revenant fan, and as a resident, or not resident, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, as the resident, Revenant main, I saw a lot of flaws and I saw a lot of problems that the character had, but they changed a lot of those as the years went on. Not years, it's only been like 2 years. As the months went on, they definitely built that up. Also, let me catch up with some things and then I will catch up to that one. I will continue that rant. Electric, gas, water should come with the house or apartment with how expensive they are. They should. Honestly, they're literally called utilities, like we need those. Like if we're paying for the roof over our head, why should we be paying for everything else along with it? Internet, I understand, for now. Internet, I understand, we need, you don't need to live off of the internet. Despite what you're seeing right now, you don't need to live off the internet. It's just that a lot of us want to. But you need water. You need well, you don't exactly need electricity, but it's very, very convenient. I say this as someone who lived in an RV for like 2 years. Internet or electricity, not 100% needed, but it's very, very convenient. A roof over your head, you definitely need that. I would say the main two things that you really, really need is water and a roof over your head. RV lore? Oh yeah, I mean, I've mentioned this a few times before. I tried something that did not pan out well. I tried getting an RV onto a piece of property, and it did not pan. Because it turns out the property that I was trying to buy was not the property that I actually got. And so I had to sell that one because, yeah, that did not work. In that meantime, while I was trying to level that land, I was living in an RV for a time. No pants here. What do you mean? I'm wearing pants right now. Also, Genie Problem, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things be well. But anyway, going back to it. So, during that time, I lived in an RV while I was trying to set that whole thing up. And I can definitely tell you, living in an RV is a rough experience. It's a very paranoid experience. Why do I say that? Well, two reasons. Number one, you never know when you're going to get a parking ticket. You could be in the middle of nowhere. Almost nobody in sight. It is literally just 2 empty lots of land. 2 empty lots right next to you. And there will still be someone showing up to slap a parking ticket saying, you need to move. I'm just thinking, what? I've said this one before. I've said this one a good number of times where they told me, yeah, residents are complaining. They're saying that you need to move. And I'm like, what residents? We're in the middle of nowhere. What resident? Point out a person. Yeah, point out another person that's here outside of just you and me. Who else is here? I still need to move. And just when you do find a spot where other people are living in RVs and you think, okay, you know what? I could just park right here. Since everyone else is parked here, this should be fine. Have any idea how many people are on drugs in RVs? You'd be surprised. The other thing is, they also think you're on drugs. So when I was sitting there, there would be a number of people where I have oh, actually, funny story. This was the other thing that I was talking about when it came to electricity. It's not necessary, but it is convenient. How do I know? I made sure that I had myself like a solar panel on that RV. So I had the solar panel. Also, Triforce, thank you for the plushie. Alright, thank you for redeeming plushie Moth. So, I had a solar panel, and I had a little solar generator. And that kept my machines on... Yeah, it kept my machines on throughout the day. Well, not throughout the day. I had to use that that generator very sparingly, but it made sure that things were on while they needed to be on. I was able to be on the computer, charge my phone, and if necessary, use my machines, because as I mentioned before, during those times I was doing a shirt printing business. So I needed the printer, the cutter, and the heat press for all of that. Anyway, with that being said, it worked. But since I also had to keep my door open so the generator and the solar panel would soak up electricity, there would be a good number of times where someone would ask me, hey, do you have the stuff? Or do you have stuff? I'm like, I have stickers, if that's what you mean. I have stuff here and there. Like, no. I mean, like, do you, And then they would tap on their arm, like, do you have stuff? And I'm like, oh, no. And then they would ask me, do you know anyone who does? And I'm like, yeah, you just move on to the next RV. You should be good. So yeah, there's your story time with Lampy. Living in an RV. I mean, if you could find a place in the middle of nowhere, it might make things easier, but if people can find you, chances are you're going to get a ticket. And that's the inconvenient part. Unless you move that RV conveniently enough. If you're going to get an RV, make sure it's small. I wouldn't recommend it, though. RVs are very stress-inducing. But if you were adamant on that, I will definitely tell you, Make sure that you can find... Actually, okay, two things that I can say. If you are getting an RV, I would recommend a small one. This way it's easier to drive it. Because you definitely need an RV that's easy to drive. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I put the carriage before the horse on this one personally. Because when I tried to get an RV, I did not think, oh yeah, I'm never gonna move this thing anyway. I have no plans on moving this RV. It's gonna be on this land, and that's about it. Until I can build a building on it. That's how I'm gonna live my life. If I live the rest of my life trailer trash, at least I have a property to put my trailer on that trash. Or trash on that trailer? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. But since the property didn't work, that's when things did not pan out. And when I say that I put the carriage before the horse, I mean that, like I said, since I didn't consider ever thinking of driving it, I went for a bus-sized RV. That was a big regret because I've never driven a bus in my life. But I could definitely tell you this much, I had to learn how to drive that thing. No. No, you do not want to drive. You do not want to get an RV the size of a bus unless you know you can drive a bus. I cannot drive a bus. So, probably best to get either a minivan or a small RV. That's my word of advice. Because at least that way, on day 3, you can just move it to another spot with ease, relative ease. No problem, no issue. And even then, you might still have problems. Because they really like messing with people in RVs. They want you off the street. They want you off the street. They want you in a building, so you pay rent. That is my main takeaway from all of this, is that they do not want you avoiding rent. So they just toss tickets on you. Like, if you're not paying rent, you're going to pay something. Boom. All right, let me see. That's pants, not pans. Oh. Well, of course there's no pans here. I'm not in the kitchen. I'd like to be in the kitchen, though. That's where grilled cheese is made. Oh my god, plushie? Glad that you like the plushie. Lamp tax? No lamp tax. You stay away from the lamp tax. Also, Triforce. I think it's been a while. Long time no see, I think, maybe? Hope things are well. Anyway, I saw my fair share of burned up... Indeed, indeed. Welcome on in there, Spock. I've seen my fair share of burnt up RVs. Yeah. Exactly. That's another case in point right there. Writes Lampert a ticket. You stay away. I'm not taking another ticket. I live in an RV, and it's not ideal. I agree. I agree. I hope that you're able to make the most of it, though. I will say one thing, though. 2020 made the RV life a whole lot easier, though. It made it very convenient for a moment, but I knew that in 2020 that while being in an RV, I knew it was time to change things up. Because I knew the plan that I had fell apart. Because my game plan was this. Buy a decent chunk of land, put an RV on it, build, or, you know, slowly but surely build a house on it that me and my brothers could live on. Maybe even buy, or maybe even build multiple houses if possible. And I saw what the actual land looked like at the end of the day. Yeah, no, there was no way you were putting any building on that. The best I could do on that property would put a tent, and that's put a tent and hope no one notices. So yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, it's time to switch things up. It's time to change things around, because this one ain't it. I just wanted to hear it. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh yeah, it's been a while. Sorry for being gone. Never apologize for being gone. Never apologize for being... 1. Never apologize for being gone. 2. Never apologize for being late, because no stream is an obligation. The only thing that is obligated in these streams is to respect the streamer, respect each other, and I will do my best to do the same for you. That is the only thing that needs to be done. Alright, let's see. But let's see. Yesterday, I slipped and fell in the shower, landing on my entire right side. Ow. I'm sorry to hear that there, buddy. Today, I am not that much in pain, but still a little sore. I'm glad to hear that you're recovering. That's a good thing. When you said you slipped, I assumed a broken bone or something, or even worse, fell on your head. But I'm glad to hear that it's not too horrid, for the lack of a better term. Because, yeah, sorry, I was looking. You don't have to... Shut up, Jira. You know what? Fair enough, fair enough. You know what? Just for that there, Jira, here. You can have this. Folks, go check out Shadow Jiro. Very funny streams. Really hilarious times. They play a lot of the... whatchamacallit. They play a lot of Helldivers. They play a lot of Repo. Play all sorts of stuff. You should go support them. Pay the Shadow tax. No, not the throne. Go to Jira's throne. You know what? Jira has a good point. Go check out Jira's stream. Go put exclamation point throne in their chat. And then go check out all the amazing things that they have. Go pay for that Monster Energy drink. I especially recommend the Monster Energy drink. All of their friends are saying Jira has to get off that stuff. Me? I'm gonna enable. Yo, Booga, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day, everybody. Let's give a shout out to the Rabagaki. Folks, if you haven't checked out Booga, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. Really awesome streams. Very chill times. Really funny times as well. Easily scared. And amazing art. Most especially, amazing art. They're just learning how to do live 2D. Really cool times over there. And you should go check them out because overall, really swell people as well. Go do the thing. Yeah. Wait, have you always had button eyes? Yes, why, of course. Have you never noticed? No, I'm kidding. I feel Mandela affected. Yeah, it's because this is the original model. Hold on a minute. This is the OG model. It's just that there's always been a plushie model too. And thank you for the shout out, Lampy. Yeah, no problem. And thank you for stopping by there, Buka. I greatly appreciate it. Me when I have a monster. Yeah, see? Go get Jira Monster. You know what? You should go get Jira Monster. You should go to Jira's stream. Put exclamation point. Plushie Lampy is OP? Oh, you think Plushie Lampy is OP now? You should see the gun. That's right. No one's ever safe from this plushie. Even the plushie has a gun. No if, no ands, no buts. There's always gun. But yeah, you should go check out Jiro. Actually, go check them both out. Go check out Jiro. Go check out Booga. Go check out Jiro for very funny streams. Go check out Booga for also very funny streams. And amazing art. All that good stuff. Hostile plushie indeed. It's the perfect assassin. No one ever suspects the moth, but even less people suspect a plushie moth with a gun. That's when they least suspect it, because they're just looking at it like, oh, a moth. Huh. That's an or no, that's a plushie. That's an ugly looking plushie. And the moment they say that sentence, boom. That's when it's over. That's how you get them. Also, how long have I been in plushie? 11 minutes? Okay, yeah, we still got 20 more minutes to go. That's a plushie gun? Yeah, sure. Plushie gun. Totally. Who would think a plushie is... Or first... Oh, let's see. Who would think a plushie is ugly, first of all, rude? True. True. I mean, you never know. You never know. I mean, look at this face. Ooh. Mothman? Mothman. We gotta add a Mothman to the screen. Let's see, let's see, let's see. We gotta find that model right quick. There it is. Mothman. There's no need to feel down, I said Mothman. Lift that man off the ground, I said Mothman. Cause you're in a new town and there's folks to be abducted. Thank you for redeeming Mothman. Which, by the way, folks, you can find this Mothman over on the Etsy page and the vgen page at a very, very affordable price. I highly recommend it. But no pressure, by the way. But if you ever wanted a Mothman model or even a Mothman mascot for your own streams, boom, there's your option right there. And we're going to toss Mothman right over there. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let me see. Plush that looks like a moth. Bird that looks like a woman. This channel is just bonkers. You know what? Huh. Huh. You make a solid point. This is a very weird channel now that you bring that up. Nothing is what you think it is. Except for the lamp. It's just a regular lamp. This is the only thing that's normal on this channel. Look at this lamp. Ain't nothing more normal than this lamp right here. Am I right? Yeah. This is the only normal thing on this channel. Alright, let's see. Box of plushies all deserve love. That's true, that's true. As the old saying goes, every plushie deserves a home, but not every home deserves a plushie. No, wait, that's kids and parents. Yeah, same thing. Same thing applies. Just reverse the... Yeah, swap the names, and it still applies. Let's see. Ever wanted a fan... Oh. Ever wanted to fan... Oh. Ever wanted to be a fan of a cryptid that looks bug-like and the size of human? Join the Mothman fan club today. See, exactly. Also, thank you for the save. Ooh, good idea. Hello, Lampy, I'm back. Welcome back, Beck. Nah, this channel is normal? True, this channel is very, very normal. I mean, there's a bug that's drawing on the screen that's the size of a football. And like Booga said, there's a bird that looks like a woman. There's Mothman, that's the size of a lamp. And a lamp that's probably dangerous to be around. All of this in a simple red room. That used to be purple. I don't know what happened. You know what happened? You know, you want to know why this room is red instead of purple? Because it used to be purple. Now it's red. You want to know what happened? Christmas. I forgot to take down the lights. There you go. There's your answer. Anyway, there's your answer to a question nobody asked. I'm gonna lick the lamp, and that's how you become a lampy. I mean, what? Yeah, but I love it here. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad you enjoy this place. Oh, speaking of which, I am one video away from finally being able to release the live 2D tutorial videos. I'm just waiting for one more, which, yeah, I'm just waiting for one more that a friend of mine is working on. They've been kind of having a rough experience as of recent, so that has also slowed down video production. But what's most important is that they take care of themselves. But now that they're back from their hiatus, they're able to work on the project again, which means we're almost there. Just one more video to go. Once they edit that video, boom, I can finally set up that entire thing. I can finally start releasing those videos. I can't wait. Good lord, I can't wait. That's what I'm mostly waiting on. Also, let's save. 2 hydrates and a pen spin. You know what that means? We only drink once. Take down the what? Wait, what was I taking down? What was I trying to take down? What are you drawing? We're currently working on a character sheet for the bird over here. Because in order for me to get this to be a 3D model, I either have to do two things. Or I either have to do one of two things. Either A, draw it myself, or sculpt it myself, or B, get a professional to do it. I'm probably leaning towards the latter. Because I got so much work to do. But part of me kind of wants to try to learn, what's it called? What's the name of that thing again? Part of me kind of wants to try and learn Blender. The problem is Blender is very, very difficult to learn. But you know what? I learned Photoshop, I learned Photoshop. I learned Live 2D. And I even learned, what's that one called? That video editing program? The Vinci. Also known as Da Vinci. I learned that. So I should be able to learn Blender. The only problem that I'm getting from this is just like every other program, when you try to learn one thing, like learning a new program, none of the things that you used to work. Like Control A, not work in Blender. Despite the fact that it works in literally every other program, you try to learn it you try to use Control A in Blender, and boom, nothing. You try to move objects in Blender, yeah, it turns out it's a lot more difficult than I expected. It's not just click on something, push a button, and then just move it around. Nah, there's a lot more factors to it than that. I mean, granted, kind of the same. Actually, no, not. I mean, kind of the similar. I mean, it depends. Actually, no. I was gonna say, like, at least with Live 2D, you click on something with your cursor. Now you can actually move it around and stuff. In VTube Studio, or not VTube Studio, in Blender, you click on it, then you gotta select the movement tool. I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, okay, why? Why? Come on. Why? Also, pen spin, pen spin, pen spin. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. Hold on a minute. Where's my button? There it is, pen spin. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. Blender mentioned? Yeah, we were talking about Blender. Welcome on in there, Shoop. Shoop, how do you use Blender? I've been struggling with that thing. I was gonna put Blender. I was gonna put shout out Blender. I'm trying to shout out Shoop. Shoop almost messed me up. Alright, there we go. Now, let me try to catch up some of the reading. Okay, so I caught up with that one. What are you drawing? Take down what? Okay, let's see. Looks like a bird character sheet image. Yeah, that's the one that's what I'm working on. I'm working on a character sheet for the bird. Okay. Why does it look kind of like the Dark Witch from Yu-Gi-Oh? I might have taken a lot of inspiration from Yu-Gi-Oh. Actually, funny enough, I didn't this time around. Consciously, I didn't take any inspiration from Yu-Gi-Oh. There might have been some things that I did not think about. I could send you the tutorials I used. I wouldn't go in without some kind of tutorial. You know what? Fair enough. Send me that tutorial there, Shoop. I need all the help I can get. I need all the help I can get on that. Also, how long have I been on plushie now? That was 20 minutes ago. So 3 or 10 more minutes ago. All right, let's see. Opened it, saw the complex UI navigation was for beginners, and never reopened it. I don't blame you there, Lampaholic Moth. Also, welcome on in there, Lampaholic. That's a mood, I don't blame you. You know what? If you're a Lampaholic, we're gonna enable you a little bit. You see this giant lamp? Totally normal lamp. Here, you could have it. There you go. Hey, there you go. Enjoy. We're bad people. We're bad influences. Don't follow my actions. Fun fact: in D&D, lizard folks can technically be considered one of the holiest races. Fair enough. Welcome on in there, Eric. Blender is not very user-friendly at first, but once you understand it, it's amazing. Ah, interesting. See, that's what I've been noticing, like, because I see a lot of people use Blender, and good lord, I cannot figure it out. Also, I feel like I missed a message. Hold on a minute. I used Blender once. I downloaded it, installed it, opened it, closed it, and never opened it again. You know what? I don't blame you.
See, Lampy needs the cult to grow, needing all the help he can get. Smile.
I do not need the cult to grow. I do not want the cult to grow. You just do it anyway. Also, thank you for the bit. And also, Booga, I don't blame you. I tried Photoshop a little bit, a couple of times, and then I just kind of stopped. I was like, yeah, no, this ain't happening. This ain't working. I mean, I had a little bit of fun with it. I was actually halfway through with working on a Lampy model. I was halfway there. I got a lot of the image done, and then work happened. So I never really went back to Blender until recently again. Lamp for the lamp god? No lamp god. Alright, let's see. My mind works like that when it comes to art, music, and games. When I look at something, my mind compares it to something else. Yes, exactly. That's why I was looking at it like, wait, why is this not working like the other programs? I use these other programs, it should be working the same way, does it not? I think the hardest thing about Blender is that it's not intuitive. Oh, it's not intuitive. So you really need tutorials to start doing anything, which can be a deterrent. Honestly, yeah, true, I agree with that. I've actually been, while working on it yesterday, I needed to use a lot of YouTube shorts. Whenever I got stuck on something, I was like, okay, YouTube, how do you do this? Or where is this? Because I know it's possible. I just need to know where it is and how can it be done. And then I see like, all right, great. Okay, so we're going to work on that part. Let's add more polygons, or yeah, let's add more vertices to this part. And now I need to mirror this thing. YouTube, how do you mirror? Because I thought, okay, copy, paste, right click, there should be something that says mirror. Okay, there it is, perfect. How do I merge these two together? Okay, YouTube, how do you do it? All right, let's merge these two together. We got that done. It still looks weird. What did I do wrong? Okay, so there's a center point. And the list went on. It just constantly went like that. Like, all right, I figured out something. Now there's a new problem. YouTube help. Gotcha. Okay, now that I have that solution, we can fix this problem. We're still stuck. YouTube help. And little by little, slowly but surely, I made my way through actually sculpting some parts, and I was like, all right, fantastic. Now that I know how this works, this still looks god-awful. We're gonna delete it and start it over again. Where would you like me to send the links, Lampy? If you could either send it to videos or even send it to me directly, either option helps, or either option works. See, Lampy needs... Okay, so I read that one. Also, Mayoto, thank you for the hydrate, the stretch, and the posture check. Hold on a minute. Let's also give a shout out to Mayoto. Because, folks, funny story. Mayoto over here has some big plans in the future. You should go check that out. Right, I keep forgetting it starts with the. Also, welcome on in there, Genie Problem. I don't know if I said anything yet, but just to be safe. Go check out Mayoto. Really chill streams, really cool times, really awesome people. And there's currently something new in the background. I don't know what that might be. Actually, I know what that might be. I'm not gonna say, but there's some working in the background. Just look forward to that. If you don't know what that means, I might be working with something with Mayoto. Yeah, go check it out. Anyway, look forward to that. I'll do both, so people in your Discord can use them if they want. Ah, fantastic. Sounds good. All right. I'd love to see you 3D model. Oh, I'd love to see you 3D model though, Lane. I might consider it in the future. Like I said, I'm trying to learn it right now myself at the moment. And it's rough. But I wouldn't mind trying to do some 3D stuff in the future as well. It's like your model looks like the ultimate great moth from Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's how my mind works. Oh, fair. I mean, to be fair, the Lampy model was inspired by a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Most people are usually inspired by Mothra. Most people are usually inspired by another VTuber. Me? You already know. I mean, I mention this all the time. Not a single stream goes by where I don't mention Yu-Gi-Oh! And yes, Lampy was inspired by a Yu-Gi-Oh! monster. Not even the ultimate Great Moth, but just regular Great Moth. And I don't even mean the larva one. I mean the one that Weevil used in Duelist Kingdom. Not the one that you see most of the time. I do my best. Honestly, your best is more than you think. Honestly, your best is more than you think there, Mayoto. And don't you ever forget it. You're inspired by Ultimate Great Moth? No, just regular Great Moth. Yeah. Actually, I think I still have the image of regular Great Moth. I'm gonna show y'all folks. I've done this before, but you know what? Great Moth. Which, by the way, part of me actually wants regular Master Duel to come out now. Or not regular Master Duel, what am I saying? Well, Great Moth, Yu-Gi-Oh! I want Rush Duels to come out in... I want Master Duel, or not Master Duel, Rush Duel to come out in the TCG. Or, yeah, in the TCG, in the West, because they've been making a lot of cool Moth cards in the TCG that we do not get in the actual card game. Anyway, there he is. Let's just drag and drop him right there. This sucker right here. I apologize for those of you that may not be a fan of bugs, but there he is. That's that big bug. That one I saw, and I was like, you know what? This one. I like this one. Even though the other one looks cool and the other one has really big attack points, I like this one. That's my main, or yeah, that's just the main thing. I just like this one because it looks like a really, really weird bug. Look at him. We need a Yu-Gi-Oh! Counter command. We do. You make a good point. I don't know how to add counters, but if I figure it out, I'm gonna add that. I'll be honest, I was inspired by a cross of Kirby, Bob Bomb, and anything that has to do with skeleton. Fair and reasonable. Sometimes really great character designs just come out of inspiration from other things. Look at Darth Vader. He was inspired by the samurai. And he's the he is the most, if not, yeah, he is one of, if not the most iconic character in movies, TV, maybe even in general. Like, even when people were not nerds and nerds was a term to be frowned upon, people knew who Darth Vader was. And like I said, you look at Darth Vader, you look at his armor, and you'll realize, oh my god, they designed him to be a samurai with a skull on his head. That's pretty epic. Well, everyone has a skull. Well, actually, nobody has a skull on their head. They have a skull for a head, but that's not the point. Anyway, or they have a skull in their head. Fun fact, folks. You all have skulls in your head. Anyway. Lampy is the semi-okay moth. Yeah. The semi-perfect or the semi-ultimate moth. Like, look, you're either ultimate or you're not. Let's see. It's funny that my other half is still on your stream and she is now lost by us talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. Let them know, or if they're still watching the stream, this is all you need to know. Monsters in trading cards and a lot of math. That's basically it. Or at least that's what the anime is monsters and trading cards and a lot of math. The current game is a lot of paper being thrown onto the table, and you have no idea what any of it does. Also a lot of math. And the turrets from Portal. Ooh, you know what? I thought I recognized the stand. I'm gonna shut up. I thought I recognized something there, Mayoto. I thought I recognized something. It's fun. Okay, so I saw that one. I love the eyes in the wings, right? I love the pattern. Which is funny because I decided to make my pattern on the wings very, very simple because, good lord, I ain't drawing all that. I can help? Wait, help with what? What do I want to talk about? If I ever become a VTuber, my model would be inspired by my sons and my favorite monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh. Ooh. Which ones are your favorite monsters? My design was inspired by Drakengard. Fair. Wait, is Drakengard the one that was made by the same... Wait, I'm trying to think. Was Drakengard made by the same people that made Nier? Or am I thinking of a different game? Or am I thinking... Yeah, am I thinking of a different dragon game? Wait, which one was the game where you're a dragon rider? Like, literally most of the fights, you're on a dragon. Which game was that? Wait, I just realized what I could do here. Hold on a minute. We're gonna do a little bit of cheating. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's actually go back to the bird character sheet. That's what we're gonna do, since it's already there. Hey, yoink. Since it's the exact same pendant anyway. Okay, but there is a slight problem that we will need to fix. That part of the pendant is actually bigger than I thought. So we're going to need to adjust that pendant a little bit more. Also, that's what she said. Anyway, what we're going to need to do, get that blue. Get a new layer. Get that oval. Actually, you know what? What we could do is just copy this blue. Right. Delete this. This is the current layer that we have. Get that blue. Just increase it a bit until we reach the proper shape. Yeah, that works just fine. Alright, so we got what we were looking for. This should be good right here. Oops. That should be good right there. So now what we need to do is also take this half. Right, we need a square now. Get a square. Snag this whole part. Move it up. Right there should be good. Move it back. And we're all set. Now we got the proper pendant shape. That should be solid enough, I think. Yeah. That's about the right size. That's about the right shape. We're good. All right, let me catch up. Dark Magician. Ah, fair. Oh, Dark Magician is both you and your kid's favorite. That's very wholesome right there. Hey, did you know they're making new Dark Magician cards? Well, of course they're making new Dark Magician cards. But, if you're interested, they're making new Dark Magician cards. Let's see. Nier was made by the same people, and Nier was the joke ending. Wait, what? What do you mean the joke ending? I got into an argument with someone a while back, and they said that Yu-Gi-Oh! Never teaches you anything. And I told them, BS. You have to do a ton of math so you could win. Not only that, okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't teach you anything. Let me tell you something. I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you, but there's more to it than that. It teaches you two things. One, reading comprehension, which we never ever use. 2, math. 3, and this is the big one, the stock market. I kid you not. Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, if you've seen the Yu-Gi-Oh! Market, and I'm not even talking about buying the packs and all of that, I mean buying the actual cards back in the day, even to this day, you knew two things. If a card seemed good, you wanted to buy that while it was still cheap. Because once everyone else finds out that card is good, it's gonna skyrocket. Once it shows its progress in a tournament, it's gonna skyrocket. It's gonna be worth a lot of money. That's when you sell it. You sell it before the ban list hits. Once that ban list hits and that card is on it, boom. Chances are it's probably not going to be used as often. Therefore, it's going to be a whole lot cheaper. Or a new pack pops up. You want to sell that before it's too late. And then you got the collectibles. There aren't many of them, but there are collectibles in this game. Once you get those ones, those are the ones that they're not worth a lot right now. They're not going to be worth anything anytime soon, but you hold on to those ones. Because when those cards are long forgotten, and those packs are never attainable ever again, that is when those ones in particular end up being a whole lot of money. Like Blue Eyes White Dragon from the LOB pack, the first edition one. Because they can reprint Blue Eyes all the times that they want, but the Blue Eyes White Dragon from LOB, that one's just going to keep going up. Same thing with Red Eyes and Dark Magician, and I still feel bad that I never bought that Dark Magician. That was still going to tear me up inside until the end of my days, because I don't have one. Either way, point being is, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Teaches you the stock market, and I knew about this stuff way before actually going into stocks. Which I'm really banking on Ubisoft. I know that sounds crazy, but it's at its lowest point. And that means only two things, either up, or either one, either gonna somehow miraculously jump up in price market price because they actually made a good game, or B, which is probably the more expected one, is Tencent's gonna buy them out and all their shareholders. When that happens, I'm gonna be making at least a decent chunk of money out of that sale when that happens. There's also a possibility of C, where the whole thing just falls apart and it goes bankrupt, and I just lost some money there, but I didn't buy too much because, again, their stocks were like, what, under $1? So I was like, you know what, penny stocks. Let's see how the penny stocks roll. Only one way to find out. We'll see how it goes. All right, let me see. I got it. Okay, so I saw that one. So anyway, point being is, Yu-Gi-Oh! Teaches more than a lot of people think. Yu-Gi-Oh! Teaches a whole lot more than a lot of people think. And it's not just the whole friendship speech. They let you know, oh, they also teach you ways to cheat. Because good lord, a lot of the villains really did like to cheat, and they showed you many ways you could pull it off. 1, trimming the edges of the cards, which you really wouldn't want to do that because now you just ruin the value of some of these cards. 2, literal cards up your sleeve and getting one of those old classic Western thingamajigs where you can literally just put your sleeve down and the card just pops out and then boom, there it is, like boom, at the top of the deck. I wouldn't recommend that one either. 3, hostage situation. I mean, what? Or the classic mental mind game, which they really did like to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! But I've mentioned this before. There was actually a time where someone actually did an actual mental mind game that was actually a legitimate controversy in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan base. Now, when I say controversy, I mean people were on opposite sides on this one. Like, does that really count as cheating? They both agreed to this. It's just that he twisted his words a bit. It was like making a deal with the devil. You don't make a deal with the devil. So who's really at fault here? The person who manipulated the other person to getting rid of one of their best cards in this? Or the person who actually fell for this? Because what they did was very crafty. It was very tricky. And for those of you that don't know, I'm going to give you a quick story on it. 2 people were in a tournament. Big time tournament. They both had a very, very annoying card that nobody liked, not even the players. And person A told person B, hey, tell you what, we both know that this is going to suck if we play this card, so tell you what if we take this one card out of our deck? And the other person said, you know what? Fair enough, I agree to this stipulation. What person B didn't know is that person A had 2 copies of that card in their deck, so they both slipped the card out of their deck and swapped it out with something else. Little did person B know that, or yeah, unfortunately, person B found out the hard way that once they saw person A's second copy. And that's what caused that controversy. Person A still got disqualified, but a lot of people looked at it like, you know what? That's a true Yu-Gi-Oh villain right there. They legit pulled a Yu-Gi-Oh villain moment right there. That is for certain. And you know what? Part of me kind of respects that. A little bit. They used some underhanded tactics, but you know what? Tactics nonetheless. Long story short, never make deals, people. Especially in those sort of things. Alright, let's see. Hey, Lampy. Yu-Gi-Oh! Can teach life lessons from the anime. Also true. Never put random videos into your VCR. Okay, people can't use that one as much as it used to. I can help with counters? Oh. Wait, what counters? Oh, wait. Yeah, which counters are you talking about? Alright, let's see. Near was the ending in Drakengard, where you get transported to our world and the dragon dies because the virus in Nier. Oh, dang, that sucks. That's a joke ending? That sounds pretty dark. Your dragon that you've had throughout the game just dies on you because you got transported. Because you literally got isekai. Oh, let's see. The Dark Magician I have is the one that comes out of the stone tablet. Ooh, nice. That's a classic right there. I'll talk to you later, Lampy. I'm going to bed. Have a good day. All right there, Amber. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now, buddy. I thought Tenants already bought them out. Oh, Tencent already bought them out? I think they own it, but I don't think they bought them out entirely yet. That's what I'm waiting on. Let's see. Yu-Gi-Oh! Taught me, despite difficult circumstances, you deal with the cards you are dealt to overcome it. Also true. Honestly, even if they make a good game, at this point the reputation is so tarnished that I don't think they'll recover. True. But I at least want to make a little bit off of them, so here's hoping. If not, this is $150 blown down the drain. It's still a problem, but it's nothing too detrimental. Patrick Hoban taught us that a gentleman's agreement is for losers. Yes, exactly. Never fall for a gentleman's agreement in a nerdy card game. Actually, just never agree to a gentleman's agreement ever, because you don't know if the other person is a gentleman or not. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Villain. Yu-Gi-Oh! Anti-hero is the guy who got banned as a judge. So went to tourneys with a burn deck and stalled so much matches that, only went a single round that he won. That is actually epic. That is amazing. Also, welcome on in there, Rakuyo. Also, good to see you there, Talon. He shouldn't have been disqualified. They both agreed to the terms. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. See, this is why it was a controversy. Some people saw it as underhanded. Some people saw it as scummy. Other people looked in and thought, you agreed to the terms. You were just a fool. Unfortunately, you got scammed. You got swindled. You got manipulated in this game. He was playing the game before you realized it even started. That's a life lesson to learn right there. Sometimes people are already playing the game and you don't even know it yet. So moral of the story, be a little paranoid. Also the burn deck thing, I respect that a little bit, kind of. Not entirely, but yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Anyway, I was going to take this image and we're going to move this over here. We're going to duplicate that, move it to the side. So when I take this part, I'm going to take that section, delete it. Oh, right, wrong layer. I was going to name this one Pendant. Pendant. And now we could go back to actually drawing the figure again. Okay, so this is where the line ends, so it has to go across here, drop there, and that spot should be good. And that point right there, so let's drag this point across. Anyway, what was I talking about again? I was talking about a lot of things and I forgot. Let me catch up with the reading because I don't think I got everything. I got distracted by drawing. Okay. You die to dragon or dragon. Oh, you die to and dragon guard is dark. Oh, fair. That's fair. Oh, you both die in that one. Yeah, that is really dark. Thank you for the hydrate there, Corkies. There's a Dark Magician, and I wouldn't mind seeing as a fusion. Oh, there's a Dark Magician card I wouldn't mind seeing as a fusion. Which one's that one? Because if I'm correct, they turned Dark Magician of Black Chaos into a fusion monster now. It would be Dark Magician and Summon Skull. Ooh. Huh. Why have they never done that yet? That's actually genius. Skull Magician? Dark Magician of Archfiend? Archfiend of Dark Magic? You know what? Archfiend of Dark Magic. Skull Archfiend of Dark Magic. And then just have it be considered a Dark Magician and a Summoned Skull at all times. Or on the field and in the graveyard. I think that might be a good idea. And then just... Okay, I'm thinking of a very, very horrible idea here. But... Dark Magician and Summoned Skull fusion. Now, I could go with the lazy thing and just say, negate one card effect. But we're not going to go with that. We're going to go with something that feels a little more thematic here. Which is Dark Magician and Summoned Skull. Always treated as a Dark Magician card. Maybe a Summoned Skull card. Or at least an Archfiend card. Oh, you know what? Always treated as a Dark Magician card. Because it already has Archfiend in the name, so we're good on that part. Always treated as a Dark Magician card. When on the field or in the graveyard. Once per turn. Okay, I'm thinking of two ideas. Part of me wants to say, just give it the classic Raigeki effect where you'd get to just destroy monsters on your opponent's side of the field. But it also works with spells. What if you just had it destroy spells and traps on your opponent's side of the field? But that also feels a little too broke. Actually, it doesn't feel too broken considering how this card game is already broken enough as it is. I don't know. I feel like that would be fair. Maybe. Actually, I feel like that might even be a little underwhelming sometimes. Depends on the situation. I feel like it might either be too powerful or too underwhelming. I don't know. What do y'all, or as, actually, Ryu, what do you think? Or anyone else who plays Yu-Gi-Oh! In a modern day level, what do you think? Does nuking the spell and trap cards feel broken or underwhelming? Part of me is on the... Actually, I don't even know which side to look at on that one. Part of me wants to say underwhelming, but for some reason there's an inkling feeling in the back of my head that says, oh, you don't understand. You have no idea the implications of destroying the entire back row. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe. At the same time, I feel like the monsters are the bigger threat when you really think about it in this current day and age. So I feel like destroying all the cards in the spell and trap card zone doesn't really hit as hard as it once did. But then you have certain decks where when you hit them in the... You hit their spell and traps, and that's it, game over. But not a lot of them are like that. I don't know. Anyway. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, let's see. Tell that guy who sued his parents for giving birth to him. Wait, you could actually sue? Right, I forgot. People are able to sue for a lot of things. Looks like he wanted to, but didn't officially file. Oh, I see. Fair enough, fair enough. I respect it only in the context of him being banned for publicly roasting Konami on the direction of the game, and use that direction to try and make a change. Oh, he wanted to prove a point. That's why he was doing that stuff. Okay. Also, I will say this. On one hand, I can kind of understand why Konami would ban him. Actually, no. I take it back. Banning is too much. That shows that, you know, they know there's a problem and they don't like it. If there wasn't a problem, they probably wouldn't have banned him. They probably would have just taken his, Actually, wait. They just removed him as a judge. I feel like that makes sense a little bit. Just a bit. Like, on a business standpoint, I feel like that kind of makes sense. You don't want people, you know... Actually, like I said, on the business standpoint, it makes sense, which is you don't want people that are working... Well, not even working, because those are volunteer jobs. You don't want them being the ones, you know, staffing the game when they feel like there's a problem with said game. Now, like I said, that's on a business standpoint. Outside of that, you want people that will criticize how your stuff works, because then you can improve on it. So long as it's constructive criticism. If it's constructive criticism, you might want to use that. If it's not constructive criticism, ignore it. But the fact that they banned him from being a judge shows that he had a point, and they didn't want to hear it. So, I respect him for proving the point. Like, oh, you don't want to see that it's a problem? Hold on a minute, let me show you. Yeah, that definitely sounds like anti-hero stuff right there, not gonna lie. That does sound like anti-hero stuff. There we go, this should be good. So we got the eye right now. We got the eye shape. We're almost there. Oh, right, we also need to get this part, so let's drag that line across. Also, folks, my brother reminded me of a game that I want to play on stream one of these days, if I can figure out how to make it happen. There's a game called Vector Man. Trust me, it sounds cooler, or it looks cooler than it sounds. You hear the name Vector Man, and you're probably thinking, you know, vector images and all of that. Yeah, I know this has something to do with robots, and orbs, and the lack of gravity for some reason. It's kind of like, how do I put it? I'm trying to find a good equivalent to this, because I'm thinking about this, like, Mega Man. It feels a lot like Mega Man. Like, gameplay-wise. And a little bit of stylistic one. Gameplay kind of feels like a little bit of a dash of Yoshi's Island in there as well. But the artistic direction of this game is where it's hard to explain. It's kind of post-apocalyptic, it's kind of robotic, but it's a slightly edgy robotic. But not too edgy. If that makes any sense. I don't know how to explain it. That's the closest I can get to it. Is it's slightly edgy, but it's kind of like a soft edgy. If that makes any sense. It probably doesn't, but this is the best I can do. We're going to separate that layer so we're no longer on that one. And let's erase. There we go. Okay, so that's where the nose is. So we need to find out where the nostril is. The nostril is right there, so drag this line across and the nostril will end up being right here. There we go. Perfect. You know what? Let's change up the nose a little bit. I have the nose stick out just a little bit. Right there should be okay. There we go. All set. That is a lot of words. That is going to be tough to read. Okay, let me try to catch up something. Yeah, that is a lot of messages. So I'm just going to read the ones that are just not responses. There we go. Or not replies to somebody else. I'm just going to skip those ones because that's a lot of reading right there. All right. Or Dark Magician Girl and Summon Skull. I mean, if you make a Dark Magician summon, you probably... Well, actually... Well, Dark Magician Girl never got a fusion. Actually, Dark Magician Girl doesn't have any fusions outside of 2 of them that I think of. Or that I could think of. On the upside, I will say this. They finally made proper Dark Magician Girl retrains. Things that you could actually have in the... Things that you could actually have in the deck that actually do more than gain 300. Underwhelming depending on the deck it's used, or it can be used in. True. Like if you're using it against Snake Eyes, it does nothing. If you're using it against Labyrinth, that's the game right there. If you could actually get it to do the thing before they play all their traps. I mean, what would the game plan for Dark Magician Summon Skull? Oh yeah. I mean, what would the game plan for Dark Magician plus Summon Skull? Dark Magician is all about control, but haven't played Archfiend to get any idea of their new effect. Okay, I'm not even looking at Archfiends in general. I'm mostly looking at Summon Skull, and Summon Skull's the only thing that I see from a lot of Summon Skull effects is destroy your opponent's spells and traps, because Summon Skull is practically Raigeki nowadays. Before, it didn't have exactly that game plan, but nowadays a lot of the Summon Skulls that I remember are mostly just be Raigeki. As for Archfiends, I have no idea what Archfiends do anymore. I know Archfiends have a ritual deck, and there was a time where Archfiends just destroyed themselves to get effects, to summon up level 6s, or the level 8 that destroyed other cards. And then there was the time where they just rolled dice. Those were dark times. Which made a lot of sense. If I'm correct, those cards came out of Dark Crisis. But yeah, those were the effects of the Summon Skull at that time. But for the most part, I think it's just well known for lightning. Lightning equals Raigeki. Raigeki destroys monsters. So you could go with the Dark Magician Fusion that just destroys all the monsters on the field, or something like that. But I also felt a little basic, but then again, so is destroying all the spells and traps. So I don't know. As you stated, despite difficult circumstances, you deal with the cards you are dealt and overcome it. And the lawsuit would have been about... fair enough. Wait. How that... Anyway, we're gonna keep on moving. How's it going, Lampy? Yo, Commander Shadow, how you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I just got home from a baseball game. Well, I was gonna ask who won, but then I felt like, wait, that's too personal, isn't it? How was the baseball game? Did you get one of them ballpark, hogs? I know that's not what they're called, but ballpark franks. That's what they're called. Did you get one of them ballpark franks? And before the new Red Eyes support relies on dice effect. Oh no. Okay, I will say this. Ryu, I will say this. As someone who has been seeing a lot of the Red Eyes support recently, which isn't a lot, but as of recently, I think they finally understand the assignment. I think they finally understand that just Red Eyes burn damage. That's it. A new Red Eyes card comes out, burn damage. Rush Duels has learned this lesson, which it's funny that Rush Duels learned this faster than the actual TCG. But Rush Duels has looked at Red Eyes and is like, okay, so every Red Eyes card is just a burn damage card or get to Meteor Black Dragon. Understandable. This is also why I'm kind of looking at it and thinking, you know what? Maybe Rush Duels is the way to go now. Maybe I should try my hand at Rush Duels. If it ever comes out here. Maybe. Maybe. So, folks, for those of you who haven't been here before, I'm going to let you know. We talk about a lot of things. We talk about art. We talk about life stories. We talk about my life stories specifically because I can actually talk about those ones without worrying like, wait, am I spewing too much? I don't know if I can actually talk about this one. This is my life, so I could talk about it all I want. And somehow, some way, without fail, at the end of it all, while we're talking about all of this, Yu-Gi-Oh comes into the mix. Whether it be outside sources or not, you can guarantee that on this channel, we're probably going to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh somehow. For those of you that are here also, by the way, did you know that they finally made a Blue Eyes Ultimate Toon Dragon? It's about time. Most of the Archfiends hit your own life points. Okay, the older Archfiends used to hit your own life points. Then they just started hitting themselves, which is wild to think about. But it looks like he didn't actually want to sue his parents over it, and was just saying that to raise awareness towards... Oh, fair. That's a road we're leaving behind, because that's borderline politics. We're going to leave that alone. Anyway, good. I was playing with my team. Oh! I thought you went to go watch a baseball game. I didn't know you were participating in the baseball game. Hey, that's even more awesome. That's pretty cool right there. Knowing Konami with their mindset, since in the anime, Joey uses Oh, no. No, wait. Oh my god, no. Let me continue reading this message. Knowing Konami, their mindset is, since in the anime, Joey uses dice, we will implement that in the new support. And I hate the fact that that is way too true. That is way too freaking true. Actually, funny enough that you bring that up, Ryu, did you know that one of the zombie cards, one of the Bone zombie cards, is actually based off of that Time Wizard fumble? And yes. Oh, natalism. Oh, I read something else. Fair enough, my bad. Also, welcome on in there, Mr. Bean. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Mr. Bean. If you haven't checked out Mr. Bean, I highly recommend that you do. Where is the typing? There we go. Go check out Mr. Bean. I apologize. I was distracted by a lot of things. Also, we're going to do this just for the funnies. Anyway, go check out Mr. Bean. If you haven't checked him out, go do so. Really cool people. Really awesome stuff. How was the AFK journey? I hope it went well. And everybody stopping by. Right, I'm not even supposed to be the plushie anymore. Hold on a minute. Good job there, Queek. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet for the bird. We've been working on a lot of character sheets in the past. We worked on character sheet for Lampy, character sheet for the bird, character sheet for the mech, and now we're working on the bird's humanoid form. So we're getting a character sheet for that. Why are we making these character sheets? Because if I ever need a plushie or a 3D figure to make as merch, boom, we'll have the sheets ready for all of that. Plus, if anyone ever considers drawing them for some reason, that exists too. Also, Lunar Red Hood, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Thanks, it was good. Nice. I'm glad to hear. Also, good to see you there, Dexter and Void Eye Observer. Hope you all having a good day. Hope you're all enjoying your stay. Thank you for the raid there, Luna. Let's give a shout out to Luna. Another raid, indeed, another raid. I'm never gonna get anything done. Actually, no, I think we got a decent amount done. Granted, it's only the face, but we're getting there slowly but surely. Folks, go check out Luna Red Hood. Really fun times over there as well. They play a good variety of games. Really cool streams. Really unique model. All that good stuff. Go check them out. And everybody stopping by from Luna's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator for full-size Moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes live 2D rigging streams. And today's one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet for the bird. We already made a character sheet for a couple other characters. I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all, and that's what we're doing right now. I hope y'all enjoy your day. Hope y'all enjoy your day. Everybody stopping by from Luna's stream and Mr. Bean's stream. Streams are fun, but they also take a lot of energy. So if you got to care things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about rating and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to go around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. So yeah, I hope you had a lot of lamps off for Lampy. Wait, why?
How about Dark Magician Girl with Red Eyes Zombie Dragon, or with Dark Magician and Red Eyes Zombie Dragon?
Okay, so here's the thing about the Red Eyes Zombie. It is doable, but they're kind of stuck as a synchro monster. Red Eye Zombie has already gotten like literally 3 synchro monsters at this point right now. So I don't know if they would actually fuse that. Not only that, but I think Red Eye Zombie is kind of stuck in its own zone. It's kind of zombie locked. I don't see them actually connecting with other decks anytime soon. But you never know. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. It could happen, but as far as I'm looking, I don't see it as plausible yet, but you never know. Of course, this is always a good place to be. Thank you, I greatly appreciate that. It was fun, but the last bit drained me a bit. Oh, sorry to hear that. Pen spin? Pen spin. Hold on a minute, where is it? Pen spin. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. Why is it all the way down here? There we go. Pen spin. Thank you for redeeming pen spin. And gun. Thank you for redeeming gun. Let's see. We're gonna unwind and relax. Also, how's that? Oh. Also, wow, that speech was super fast. Thank you. I've been practicing for years now. Good stuff? Oh, good stuff, though? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. All right, I'm going to try to catch up with a lot of the reading because there was a lot that I missed earlier, and we're going to try to run through that again. All right. Playing with your team. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, I was talking about that, like, oh, right. I was talking about the bones support, which terrifies me because since they actually tried to put that whole scene in an actual episode, or that scene from one episode, and turn it into an actual card where Joey fumbled the ball with Time Wizard, and you can actually fumble the ball with this card too, which I don't know why anyone would be playing it if you could fumble the ball on it, if it's a game of chance. Okay. Maybe. Only if it was funny. Someone might actually try that. But the point being is, it's a trap, or it's a magic card where you actually activate that Time Wizard effect, where if you're successful, destroy one of your opponent's cards. If it's not successful, wipe out your entire field. Or I think it's the... No, wait, if I'm correct, it's the other way around. Where your opponent has this card. You give your opponent this card and it becomes their effect, and that is their effect. So, if they are successful, they destroy one of your cards. If they're not successful, they lose their entire field. Which, even then, you're still playing this card. I don't know. I know it's a zombie deck, so they'll just come back anyway, but still, this is a little much. I feel like you don't want to risk that anyway. I still feel like that's too much of a risk. Why would you play it? So the fact that they did that, I wouldn't be surprised if Konami just decides, you know what? What Ryu said earlier. You know what? Joey used a lot of dice cards. Let's make some new Red Eye support and make them based off of those dice cards. Unless they manage to make them really, really good, then yeah, sure, why not? And by really, and honestly, Yu-Gi-Oh! Could make dice cards really, really good. They could just make them win more effects. Where, under normal circumstances, you still get a decent effect. But, if you call it right, the effect could be so much better. But that's not how Yu-Gi-Oh! Works. Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't going to give you, here's good, but then there's better. No, it's either Here's good, but then here's really, really bad. That is how Yu-Gi-Oh works. There is no win more. It's only risk it for the biscuit, and the biscuit ain't even that great. But the debt that you get for risking that biscuit, oh, it is not worth it. It is not worth it at all. Unless it... I will take it back, though. There was at least one card where the risk wasn't that strong. It was actually really well in your favor. But if you fumbled, that card's gone. And that card was... Snipe Hunter. Snipe Hunter was a really, really, really old card back in the day where you rolled a 6-sided die, and if you got 2 or 4, or 2 through 4, no, 2 through 5, you got 2, 3, or, yeah, 2, 3, 4, or 5, you got to destroy one card on your opponent's side of the field. But if you somehow, some way manage to get 1 or 6, it destroys himself. It takes the classic low-tier god meme tactic. Which, funny enough, I actually tried to explain the low-tier god meme to somebody once, and I didn't realize how difficult it is to find the original one after all that time. Invo's face showing through the profile is creepy AF. Good. The bird's a little creepy when you think about it. Hello, everyone, to the dark side. Yes, everybody... Yo, everybody from the dark side, we have cookies. Or at least that's what they tell me. Another raid indeed. Wait, did I catch up with everything? Let me make sure. Good stuff? Nice, nice, nice. Gun? Gun. Or you could use Red Eyes Darkness Dragon. That's also a trickier one, but that could also be doable. You know what we need? Red Eyes Darkness Dragon and Blue Eyes Shining Dragon as a fusion. Actually, we just need Red Eyes and Blue Eyes as a fusion. We're never gonna get that, but maybe someday. Alright, I'll be lurking. Alright there, Luna, you do your lurk. Thank you again for the raid, I greatly appreciate it. Yeah. And I hope you have a good night, for tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. I feel like I missed something. Nope. Nope, we caught up with a lot of it. Oh. Oh wait, I missed one. I actually saw someone do a fan art of if Dark Magician Girl was used for Red Eyes Dragoon instead of Dark Magician. Oh, fair. It's actually pretty cool.
What about Dark Magician Girl and Winged Dragon of Ra, or Dark Magician and Winged Dragon of Ra?
See, that one's even more tricky because the thing about that one, also good to see it there, Flying Eagle. My bad. I'm trying to catch up. That one's a trickier one because God cards are an entirely different... God cards are in a similar case to the Red Eyes... Okay, I'm using this term loosely when I say they're in a similar case to the Red Eye Zombie Dragon. But instead of them being locked into zombies, they're locked into themselves. Kinda. I only say they're locked into themselves because a lot of their cards usually don't work with anything else. And any other decks that... I know how to explain this. A lot of decks are built around them. They are not built around other decks. You got the Poker Knight deck. You got the Slime. And you got the the XYZ Dragon Cannon deck. The new XYZ Dragon Cannon deck. All three of those are practically built to be, hey, summon this respective god card. None of their god card stuff really is... They don't really build anything around saying, hey, have this god card support that deck. With the exception of Dark Magician. Actually, no, I take it back. Even then... How do I put this? Dark Magician can run the god cards. As crazy as that sounds, the Dark Magician can run the god cards. But it doesn't mean that the god cards support the Dark Magician deck. It's that the Dark Magician deck supports the god cards. I don't know if this is making any lick of sense, but this is what I mean. Where giving the god cards a fusion that work with any other monsters doesn't really... I don't see them making that one happen because that... How do I put it? I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Because it's a funny wording to put together. I feel like they wouldn't do it because it would quote-unquote diminish the god cards, even though the god cards are literally the bottom of the barrel right now. No, I take it back. They're not the bottom of the barrel. As an archetype based off of a spoon, a knife, and a fork. That's the bottom of the barrel. Because it's literally just 3 monsters. That is the entire archetype, is just 3 monsters. And I could be wrong. That might be something even lower below that one. As far as I remember, that's the bottom of the barrel currently. I wouldn't be surprised if someone out there starts talking enough smack about... I don't remember what they're called. It was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal archetype. One of the villains used it. I don't remember the name of it, but I know one of the villains used it. I know it was like a play on word on silverware or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, the point being is, yeah, as much as it would be cool to see any monster fused with the Egyptian gods, I don't expect them to make an Egyptian god fusion for any other deck anytime soon. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, how do I keep ending up on the pendant layer? That keeps happening. I'm not even on the pendant layer, or I'm not even working with the pendant yet. I keep ending up there. Now, that being said, it doesn't mean that I wouldn't want to see this. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't be cool to see this. It's just something that I don't think would happen, but if it did, that'd be pretty epic. I'm not going to eat my shoe if it happens, but I would look at it and say that's pretty cool. Because I don't want to rain on anybody's parade like that. I'm not going to sit here and say, no, that's a dumb idea, it shouldn't happen. No, I'm saying, like, I don't think it will happen. But it would be cool if it did. And if it does happen, oh, I'm gonna shut up. Because turns out, well, I was wrong and I'm willing to admit it. Also, as crazy as it sounds, like I was saying before, I feel like Master Duel is the way to go for me now. Personally, for me, I feel like it's time for me to go to Master Duel. Red Eyes actually got support in that series, in that card game. And from what I heard, it's actually kind of decent support. Great Moth actually got an archetype. Actually, for me, the moment I heard that the Great Moth got an archetype, that is when I started thinking, you know what? Maybe it's time for me to play Master Duel. I mean, not Master Duel. What's it called again? Rush Duel. Rush Duel. Like before, when I first saw it, I was like, that's feels too simple. Feels too simple and too fast. Current day and age, you know what? They had a Great Moth and gave him an archetype. Maybe this is my time. Maybe I was too harsh on them. All right, let me see. Also, we got to give a shout out to Flying Eagle as well. And then I'm going to catch up with that ring because I know I missed a few things. Never say never. True. Also true. That's why I'm saying I don't think it's going to happen. Not that it's never going to happen. Also, let's give a shout out to Flying Eagle. Folks, if you like Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is a good place to go. They play a lot of Master Duel. Go check them out. Low tier god, you should love yourself now. Yeah, he probably wouldn't have the reputation he has if that is what he actually said. Thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, that's what I realized, like, huh. Oh, also, it is really, really odd when you have to explain, or yeah, not odd, but you have any idea how strange it is when you're trying to explain a low tier god meme, or the low tier god meme to somebody, and then you realize you're gonna have to actually write this whole thing out in order to find the original meme. Because if you put low tier god meme, you're gonna find every other iteration of it except for the OG. You want to find the OG, you're gonna actually have to write the actual thing out, which is something I learned yesterday. Now I feel like I'm on a list. Blue Eyes could get that shining... Oh, let's see. Blue Eyes could get that shining Blue Eyes. We need a new shining Blue Eyes. Personally, I feel like we need a new Blue Eyes shining dragon. I would say we may also need a new Red Eyes Darkness dragon, but we already got Metal. I think that's its peak right there. I mean, it could get better, but I feel like that's personally it. We really need retrains of the Egyptian gods, though those things... Oh, yeah. We do need retrains of the Egyptian gods. I 100%, 110% agree with that. Heck, we got retrains of the sacred beasts. This gives me a slight hint of hope that the Egyptian gods will finally get retrained before GTA 6. I'm hoping on this. God, I am hoping on this. Because of all the things I know, actually, I don't know. I have a inkling feeling that the reason they don't do it is because, oh, we don't want to tarnish the god cards. These are the god cards right here. But you tarnished them when you made them. You tarnished them when you made them tournament legal. Game legal, as a matter of fact. You tarnished them when you tried to balance them. Look at Raw. Look at what you did to my boy. Look at him. You massacred my boy. Come on. Granted, they tried giving Raw all his effects back, but just make a new Raw. Just make a new Obelisk. Make a new Slifer. That's all you gotta do. They can make God cards. It has been seen. Heck, it's been seen back in the GX era. They can make God cards. We have Ultimate Falcon. We have Towers. We have the new Ultimate Falcon. I forgot what that other one is called. We have... Oh god, I'm remembering now. We have that other one. I forgot what it was called. Also, is that nose a little big? I don't know. Anyway. I'm trying to remember the other card. We have the mess that was Independent Nightingale. For those of you that don't know what Independent Nightingale does, I'm going to explain that one. Independent Nightingale is a monster that a level, if I'm correct, is a level 1 monster, 500 attack, where it gains attack for every level. Yeah, it gains attack for every level, and if I'm correct, it gains a level for every material that was under the XYZ monsters that was used to fusion some of this monster. But that's not the major point. The main point is, it's unaffected by card effects. All of them. And it gains 500 attack for every level it has. And once per turn, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster, or equal to that monster's level. And there were multiple ways where other monsters took that monster's effect, copied that monster's effect, and the monsters that managed to pull that off were very, very high levels. Level 8, level 10. And so they became unkillable monsters that could do 4 to 5k damage to an opponent once per turn. This is the whole reason why Tyrant Neptune is still banned. Because they can't let Tyrant Neptune and Independent Nightingale be in the same deck, or else, yeah. Alright. Just imagine what it would... Oh, let's see. Ra wasn't really Yugi's card. That would be Slifer. Also true. Also very, very true. That's what I was saying. Like, the Poker Knights summon... Or, yeah, well, actually, the Poker Knights could summon all three of them, but Poker Knights were specifically designed around Slifer, and vice versa. Well, not vice versa, but you know what I mean. Oh, right, because Death God was saying Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl fusing with Winged Dragon Raw. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I could agree with Rakuyo over here. That would be more of a Dark Magician Girl Slifer fusion more than anything else. And then you had the Red Eye. Actually, no, not even Red Eyes. I was gonna say Red Eyes Raw fusion, but that was only in one game where Joey actually had Raw. I wouldn't even count that one. Obelisk and Blue Eyes fusion, which is just... You know what's funny? You want to know what a Blue Eyes Obelisk fusion is? It's just Chaos Max Dragon. Literally just Chaos Max Dragon. To the letter. Like, not even just the monsters itself, the cards too, because Chaos Max Dragon is a ritual monster with 4K attack. You want to also know, and ritual monsters are blue cards. Want to know what else is a blue card with 4K attack? Take a wild guess. So yeah, that's what Chaos Max is. Chaos Max is the Obelisk the Tormentor as a Blue Eyes. Or the Blue Eyes White Dragon as Obelisk the Tormentor. Anyway. Just imagine what it would look like if they made it. Very, very golden monsters, that's for certain. We really need... Okay, so I saw that part. Vector played the deck with the Fiends holding different utensils. Yeah, that's the one, Vector. Wait, no, it wasn't Vector. Vector played the Umbras. Or, yeah, Vector played the Umbras, or Umbrals. It was number 96? Yeah, 96. It was Dark Shadow that had the utensils. Anything can happen with some imagination, commission, money, and a printer. True. Also true. Make God cards meta? Yes. We need meta God cards. We need God cards that actually feel like they define a tournament. Because that's what they did in Battle City. They defined a tournament. Real life, only one of them did. No, that's not true. That's not true. An Egyptian god Baal defined a tournament. I kid you not. I kid you not. Not even defined a tournament. Defined the entire gameplay for years. Lifer, nothing. Obelisk, just one deck. Raw, absolutely nothing. Raw's Ball. Raw's literal beach ball. Defined a whole Yu-Gi-Oh! Generation. You mention any of those three names, Raw, yeah, Raw, Slifer, or Obelisk, like, oh yeah, those cards, they're cool. They're cool. You bring up Sphere Mode. And either 2, 3 emotions will pop up. Glee, trauma, or anger. Because of what those things used to do. Or not those things, what that one card used to do. Also, for those of you that don't know what the Winged Dragon Raw Sphere Mode did, here's this main effect. Or here's the whole effect. Effect number 1. You could tribute summon this thing, attributing monsters your opponent controls. 3 monsters your opponent controls, as a matter of fact. On your turn, or yeah, also that monster cannot be targeted for attacks, but if the owner does not have any other card, they can be attacked directly. After a turn goes by, If you still control the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode, you contribute it to special summon. Oh wait, no. It returns to the owner's possession, and the owner can tribute it to special summon the Winged Dragon of Raw with 4K attack. Sounds pretty decent, right? Like, okay. Also may sound a little slow, right? Like, okay, so this is a solid way to bring out the Winged Dragon of Raw. It's a little slow, but I guess it works. Yeah, you think people used it to summon the Winged Dragon of Raw? Ah. They used it for one effect and one effect alone. Tributing 3 of your opponent's monsters. That is it. It was a god level kaiju. That's all it was. You didn't use it for actual Egyptian god nonsense. You just used it to wipe out to clean your opponent's monster zone. That's all you did with that, was just clean your opponent's monster zone. Like, nah. You have a big set of monsters that are really, really annoying right now. Not anymore. All you have is this giant ball. That's all the Winged Dragon Raw Sphere mode was for, and it got more play than any of the actual god cards ever did in their entire lifetime. And it was excellent. Totally didn't use that in kaiju decks. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway. If they don't retrain the Egyptian gods, I hope we get Orichalco stuff instead. There's plenty to justify Gez infinite attack or stats. Yeah, actually, yeah. We need a new Divine Serpent Ge. We need more Orichalco stuff. You know what we need? I said it before and I'll say it again. We need the Psycho Armor. We need the Psycho Armor from the dude that was supposed to have a Cockney accent but just ended up being Australian. We need that character's cards. Technically, we got the equivalent of that in 2 different decks, which was Runic and Sky Strikers, but we need the OG. We need the original. Give us the OG. Give us Psycho Armor. That's the way I'm looking at it. I want Psycho Armor. And I'm always gonna bug about Psycho Armor. Every time, all the time, without fail. Double check as yeah, it was Dark Magician or Dark Mist, not Vector. You're right. Fair. Also, I misinterpreted the name. I thought it was Dark Mist, but then oh wait, not Dark Mist. I thought I called it Night Shadow. No, not Night Shadow. What did I call it? Dark Shadow? I think I called it Dark Shadow. So I was still wrong on the name, but right on the card. Or right on the character, wrong on the name. See, I remember that one mostly because that was during the time where I was actually invested in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal's plot. Before, I just kind of watched it here and there, or at least got the summary of the episode. Like, sometimes I wouldn't even give it too much of a second thought. I would just see the episode summary, like, okay, anything cool happened this time? Tachyon Dragon. They haven't shown what the card's ultimate form looks like yet? Okay. Keep an eye on this. What do you mean there's a character that uses a deck that's made of nothing but giant hands? Alright. I'm intrigued. What on earth is a battling boxer? Okay, so I think that part should be good. Just gonna add these lines. Okay, 1 and 2 and 3. But I also agree. Going back to it, talking about the previous conversation, I wouldn't mind seeing some Egyptian god fusions. Even if they're not even real, I wouldn't mind just concept-wise, just drawing some not dark magician, like Egyptian god, like fan-made designs. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time on this channel that we made fan-made designs. Again, there was the whole Gate Guardian thing. Because I just wanted to see a Gate Guardian that felt like Gate Guardian. Instead, we just made him a giant elemental. I regret nothing. Okay, so here's what I'm going to be doing for this character design. Or for the character sheet. We're just going to be trying to follow the lines, or we're going to try to follow the shapes based off of everything that we got here, based off of the shapes and the lines. But we're also going to try to add, you know, human anatomy on top of it. Because we could follow the lines to the T, to the letter, but at the same time, we're also going to need to figure out how would the human body look as a side view? That's the main thing we're trying to figure out. Gotta be easier said than done, but we'll figure something out. Also, Jesus Christ, I'm sweating up a storm. I'm gonna need to go get something to drink soon, because how long have I been here? It's only been 2.5 hours. Not gonna lie, that's pretty crazy. I could swear it was longer, mostly because we talked about so much. So I thought it would have been, yeah, since we talked about so much, I thought it would have been longer than that. Alright, so that should be the spine shape. That should be the rest of the body shape. I probably should have also put these on a different layer, but actually, yeah, you know what? There's still time. Because I'm kind of losing some of the work that we already did trying to put the anatomy shapes. So we'll hold it right there. I'm going to snag this whole part and put this as an entirely different layer now. We're also going to put this at 50% opacity, so we could still see it, but it won't overlap on everything, if that makes any sense. And I feel like I should be explaining how I draw this. Now, let me see if I can pull this off. Okay, so as I mentioned before, along with trying to just follow the lines, follow the shape of how the body would work based off of the current model that we have on the screen, as like I said, we need to make sure that the side view is in same or similar proportion to the front view. That's why we're using the PNG as a template to figure out how the side view would look, or how to put the proper side view proportion. But along with that, when working on sketching out the human anatomy, there's a few ways that we need to go about this. Number one, for the spinal column, you don't put a straight line for the spinal column. As crazy as that sounds, the spine does not just go as a straight line. There's actually a bit of curves to the spinal column to begin with, which is the first part, which is where the neck starts, It actually starts horizontally, as you can see right there. Once you get to that, you have the upper back. Kind of curves outward. Like so. You get that curve from the upper back, and at the lower back, it curves inward again. That would be where the abdomen would be. And then you have the lower half where technically you would have the spinal column and the tail. So it kind of makes a really, really weird S, or a very smooth lightning symbol. And if you don't know what I mean, here we go, lightning symbol. Kind of like that, except very, very smooth. Instead of putting that whole jaggedness, it's just very, very smooth lightning symbol. Although, we might need to bring... Actually, yeah, we gotta smoothen it out just a little bit more. Something like that. So it's not a straight line, but it's not super curvy either. There we go. Kind of like that. So that's where the tailbone? Yeah. Technically, this is where the tailbone would be. Now, for the side view of the rib cage, in order to get a proper understanding of how to build the chest, you need to find out where the rib cage is, which would normally be just a little bit higher. How do I put this? You kind of need to make a trapezoid. If you don't know what a trapezoid is, I'm going to show you right now. It's that weird four-sided square rectangle. Weird four-sided rectangle, that's the word. Something similar to this. We're going to need to make something very similar to this for the rib cage, except a little bit round. Yo, Blobby, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give you a shout out. How things be there, Blobby. Folks, go check out Blobby Derp. Really awesome people. Really cool streams. Very, very chill time. Like, really, really chill time. Some of the chillest streams you ever done seen. But it's a lot of fun over there. It's really chill, very calming, very funny sometimes. And they are the epitome of a variety streamer. They do all sorts of things. They video edit, they make music, they play video games. I think I mentioned that part. They do crafting streams. They also make perfumes on stream as well. They do all sorts of stuff. So check them out. I highly recommend that you do. But overall, despite all the things that they do, the one consistent amongst them all, that you're around good people. And it's a really good time. Go check out Blobby. Blobby Raid, Blobby Raid. And everybody stopping by from Blobby Derp stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes live 2D rigging streams. And today it is very, very hot, and I am melting. I said this on someone else's stream before. I am melting like a snowman in Florida. That's how bad it is out here. And I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and run, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Right now, we're currently working on another character sheet. We're working on a character sheet for the bird. We've already made a few character sheets before. We made one for Lampy. We made the bird form character sheet. We also made a character sheet for the Lampy mech. Now, why are we making all these character sheets? Because, in case anyone ever wants to draw these characters for some ungodly reason, or if I needed to either A, commission someone to make a 3D model of one of these things so I could turn them into a print, or if I need to make a plushie, which, by the way, I've actually made a plushie of Lampy if you want to go check that out. That is over here on the fourth wall page. Actually, funny enough, this character sheet has been coming in, this character sheet came in a lot of handy, or it came in handy a lot, because two of the main merches that you see on the fourth wall page, sure, I'm doing a shameless promotion. I kind of care. I'm not going to say I don't care that I'm doing a shameless promotion. Part of me feels a little bit of shame about this, but that's not the point. The point being is, the Lampy plush and the Lampy figure, the printed figure that you see on the fourth wall page, was actually possible due to, one, this character sheet, and all the amazing people that helped me, well, the company that helped me make the plushie, which they made some really good quality plushies, as well as a friend of mine that helped me make a 3D model of Lampy over here. So, it all started with a character sheet. Yeah. Anyway. And now we're doing the same thing for the bird's humanoid form. That's what we're currently working on right now, which is a little bit trickier, mostly because, okay, normally this sounds like it would be simpler because, oh, you know, humanoid. There's a lot of examples of character sheets for a lot of other humanoids. Humanoids are tough. This is why I like making other things. This is why you see me working on things that aren't humanoid, which is funny because since I like working on things that aren't humanoid more often than not, it actually got me a lot of live 2D work because when someone's worried, like, I don't know if this person can make what I'm thinking because I'm thinking of something very, very unconventional. I don't know if someone could actually pull this off. They see my work, like, or they don't even see my work. They just see Lampy and the bird and they're like, I think this is the person. I think this is the bug. I think they can make whatever on Earth I have in mind come to life. Because there's been a lot of very, very unconventional projects that I've seen. Or actually a lot of unconventional projects that I've been given to work on, and we made it happen, Captain. All right, let me see. Let me try to catch up something. But yeah, how was things? How was Marathon? What is Marathon? Also good to see you there, Nakamata. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I've been mega hooked on Marathon, which isn't the most chill game. What is Marathon, by the way? Wait, is Marathon that one with the car? Because I remember you playing a game with a car. Where it's like a roguelite, but the roguelite is just you trying to drive from what? Trying to keep this car running as long as it can. I think that's what that game was about. I got some new stuff to assemble soon, too. Ooh, nice, 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 nice. Speaking of which, I still need to assemble that Exodia. My heart, thank you so much, Lamps. Yeah, no problem. And no, thank you for something mine. You're an awesome person. Never forget it. All that good stuff. Marathon is like Apex Legends, but an extraction shooter. Oh. So it's like Apex and Helldivers. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm intrigued by this idea. Alright, so, for the rib cage, now that we got back to it, I'm just going to show you what we're going to do here. To make this rib cage, like I said, we're just going to make a trapezoid. But we're going to make a really odd and kind of roundish trapezoid. And instead of starting with the shoulders, because let's say this is the line where the shoulders are. Instead of starting exactly on that line, I actually need to go just a little bit above it. Because the rib cage is still, even though it may not seem like it, the rib cage actually goes slightly beyond the shoulder. That's where your trapezius muscles are, resting upon that rib cage a little bit. Anyway, well, they're resting on the rib cage and the shoulders. But anyway, going back to it. Let's make that trapezoid. But like I said, we make it a little bit rounder up top here. Now that we got to that point, we need to bring the rib cage outwards a little bit. And for the bottom half, actually, let me try this again, because I didn't quite do this right. So, for the top of the rib cage, we actually want to make that a little bit short. Right there should be good. And then for the bottom half, we want to make just this slight diagonal line going up. Now that we got that shape, we want to make this rounded edge. Or yeah, we want to make this rounded side. And we kind of want to make that similar to when you're drawing the palm of the hand. Let me show you what I mean. When you're making the palm of the hand, you want to start with a loop, or you want to start with an arch, but you don't want an even arch. No. You want to make an arch where one end a little bit, or one side is a little bit higher than the other. Like so. Kind of like that. We want to do the same thing with the rib cage. We want to make the top of said rib cage a little bit higher on that arch than the bottom. So you can either start at the top, have it stick out a bit, then bring it down, or, you know, reel it back in as it's arching towards the bottom. Kind of like that. Also, let's go back to the bottom of this angle here, because we actually want to make that a little bit flatter, a little bit more square, kind of like that. There is our rib cage. There we go. Boom, rib cage. So that's how you want to do it. It's a weird rounded, what's the word I'm looking for again? It's a bit of a weird and rounded out trapezius, or trapezoid. You want the top end to be very diagonal, going just slightly above the shoulders. You want the bottom end to be a little more flat in terms of the angle. And then for the front end of the rib cage, you want that to just pop out a little bit at the top and then reel itself back in near the bottom. And then boom, there's the shape of the rib cage. Now, for the pelvic bone, because we kind of need to add a pelvic bone, because you can't really make a humanoid without a pelvic bone. To make the shape of that, we just need a rectangle again. But we need a slanted rectangle. So start where the pelvic bone, or yeah, start where you think the pelvic bone would start. And personally, I think it would be somewhere close. Actually, we got to curve this out a little bit more. It's not quite lining up with the rest of the body. Actually, yeah, no, this should still be fine. Anyway, I want to say right before it begins to, or at the moment it starts to curve outwards. That's where you want to start with that pelvic bone. And like I said, we could just make, or yeah, we want to make a rectangle, but we don't want to make it like this. That's not quite how a pelvic bone works. It's a little more angled. So let's make said angle like so. That would be the pelvic bone. Boom. Actually, considering how the curve is right here, let's actually reel this back in, because the spine wouldn't exactly be at the end point of the pelvic bone. The pelvic bone would actually go beyond that of the actual spinal column. So there we go. Something like that. We're also going to need to increase the size of this just a little bit. It's not quite reaching the exact point that we're looking for, so let's adjust this. Right there should be good. Boom. All set. Alright, now that we got that part, now we need to figure out the leg. So, obviously, knee bone is right there. Calf would pop out a little bit like this. Also, one thing to always remember, when it comes to the lower half of the leg and the upper half of the leg, you know, basically the calf and the thigh, as crazy as it sounds, both parts of the leg are actually the exact same length. It's just that there are certain things that make the lower half of the leg seem shorter. And that is basically the kneecap. I don't remember the exact terminology word behind it, and I'm never going to remember it. But I remember there was a time where I did remember, but honestly, that's never really that important. The main thing is, the kneecap right there is what makes... The kneecap right there is what caps the shin bone. Or shin bones. Because they look... Or yeah, they're supposed to be the exact same length, but that kneecap makes it look a lot shorter, as you can tell. So anyway, yeah, there you go. Also, when you're considering when you're considering where the leg bone would be, or you know where you want the leg to start, just remember that the leg does not start right below the pelvic bone. It should be somewhere in the middle of the pelvic bone, maybe a little bit more towards the bottom more than anything else. But it should start where the pelvic bone ends. It should start somewhere where the pelvic bone is. I don't know if that part made any sense. Anyway, it should start somewhere in the pelvic bone. There we go. For lack of a better term. When drawing out the lines. Because, let me see if I can show something for that. You know what? Let's put this for a pelvic bone shape. You see that? If the line started where the pelvic bone was at the bottom, then the line would start somewhere here. And as you can see, that does not connect. And if it started, or if it connected at the way bottom here, that seems a little odd now, wouldn't it? So, the bone itself is usually something like this. So that's why when you're making the pelvic bone, now this is a bit of a scuffed rendition of what I'm talking about, but this is what I mean. You want the bones to start somewhere on or in the shape of said, what the, oh, there we go. You want it to start on or at least in the similar realms of the pelvic bone rather than at the very, very end, because yeah, like I said, that wouldn't make a lot of sense, because if it's in the center, then the legs are too close, and now that's a little odd. And if it's far away enough, then legs don't really connect. So there you go. I hope that made some semblance of sense. Anyway, we're gonna get rid of this now, and we're gonna continue from there. Also, we're gonna save, because I don't remember how long ago it was that I saved. Actually, we're not gonna quite continue just yet, because I need something to drink, because good lord, it is way too warm today. I will be right back. Y'all should get something to drink too while you're at it. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, goodbye. And I'm back. Time to get back to the drawing at hand. It is too warm today, but at the same time, at least I am freezing. So, I'll take what I can get. Because I know earlier in the past couple of months, it was cold. It was ridiculously cold. I was not a fan of that cold. So now that the cold is gone, it is boiling. It is melting. I'm not a fan of this. Also, ad start in a minute. But in all honesty, I'll take it. All right, now for the next step. So, for the ankle, we'll work on that later, but we're just going to put that line to signify where the ankle is. So it should be around that spot. Now, to signify where the foot is, we need to start with the ball. We need to start at the ball right at the back, nearing the back. How do I put it? We need to start with the ball at the end of the leg joint, or at the end of the line where the leg is, but we're not going to put it directly under it. No. We're actually going to move it a little bit just a little bit behind that actual leg line. And we're not going to draw all the details because, as you all know, I'm not a foot person. Ugh. So anyway, just going to make a giant ball. And from that ball, we need to make square or rectangle. Make that rectangle right there. And then we make second rectangle. Actually, not even rectangle, we make square. Boom. There we go. Now that seems simple, right? That seems simple. But we're not quite done just yet. Because we need to make a triangle that goes across the point of the first rectangle. To go all the way across right there, and then boom, there's the shape of the foot. Now, you can either add a curve or you can make it flat. That's entirely up to you, but we're not going to go into all those details because anyway, that should be good enough. And from there, we can start working on everything else. Whoa! Hold on a minute. I didn't quite reach... Well, to be fair, based off of the shoe's perspective, I don't actually think it would actually make it that far. I didn't quite consider that one entirely, but considering the... even though it's a bit of the artistic perspective, we're going to need to change that up a bit. So shoe should be right there, because that means the sole of said shoe be somewhere right here. So that's the sole of the shoe. All right, now we can continue on from there. Actually, two different things. One, foot seems a little too tiny, so I don't know quite just yet. And the sole didn't quite reach the bottom. So maybe there, I don't know, I'll figure that out later, but I think this should be okay. Once we steer away from the entire perspective, yeah, I think that should work. Anyway, moving on. Now we need to figure out the arm, which is going to be a little tricky because the arms are kind of camouflaging with everything else in that image. So we're going to need to figure something out for that part. Yo, Cosmo, welcome on in. How you be? I hope things are going well. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out. What were you up to? What were you doing? Hope things were well. Hope things are good. Why did I start with an M? There we go. I'm at work. Oh, wait, I read the wrong message. Yo, Kumo. I was looking at that like, wait, how are you at work when you're raided? How are you streaming at work? Is that even allowed? And then I realized, oh, wait, different message. How was things there, Cosmo? I hope things went well. I hope things went good. And everybody stopped by from Cosmo's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator for Pulse Size Moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes I like to do rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on another character sheet. Working on a character sheet for the bird. Right now, we already finished off the Lampy character sheet a long while ago. Then we started working, or then we finished off the bird character sheet. And then we worked on the Lampy mech character sheet. So, we're working on the next one. This, I think at the moment, is the last character sheet that we really need to work on. So yeah, here we go. Hope you all enjoy your day. Hope you all enjoy your stay. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you start scrolling, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How was the Hollow Knight? I hope it was fun. Also, Kumo, I hope the work goes well. I hope it goes smooth. You got this, I believe. Welcome on in there, D-Moth. How you be? Was playing an awful part of Silk Song, not going well, crashed out. Oh god. Out of curiosity, how bad is it? Like, what are you dealing with it? Is it like the Path of Pain in the original Hollow Knight, or is it worse than that? Or is it something else entirely? I don't know how bad this is that you're talking about, but it sounds like it might be bad. But I figured art time would be a nice way to unwind after that. You know what? Honestly, fair and reasonable. Fair and reasonable. Also, Volosaurus, thank you for the hydrate. I greatly appreciate that. Hold on a minute. It didn't crash out too bad. You know what? Fair, fair, fair. And it still sounds like a crash out happened nonetheless. Which, honestly, if there's a really rough level, yeah, I can imagine. I know that feeling all too well. I think Metal Gear Rising Revenge has kind of had me crashing out a little bit. Had me losing my marbles a little bit. I'm still gonna play it because I really like that game and I wanna fight Jetstream Sam, and I'm getting the hang of the parry system. It's actually very satisfying when you get it done, but outside of that, it is very, very it is it might also be because I'm too used to playing Elden Ring, where the parry system, I don't know how to put it. The parry system in Elden, or not in Elden Ring, just in Souls in general. It's tough, it's rough, but it feels fair. Like when you mess up, it feels like, yeah, I kind of have that one. But then again, it might also have been that I wasn't doing the parry system right in Rising Revenge time. Maybe that's the other. Anyway, that's not the point. Point being is, I get that feeling. Also, folks, go check out Kumo. If you haven't checked out Kumo, I highly recommend that you do. Amazing singer, amazing artist, big Pokemon, well, yeah, big Pokemon's fan. If you're a big Pokemon's fan, that's a good place to go. Also, if you're a big fan of, trying to remember that one thing. Go look at Kazuma instead, who rated you. Also true. Go check them both out. You know what? Accept that shout out anyway there, Kumo. Yeah, go check out Kumo. He's a maniac gremlin. Also true. See, they're fighting it out, and they're just giving solid... They're fighting it out, but they're also giving very, very solid points as to why you should go watch them both. Kumo, what's your retort on that? Oh, right, you're at work. Don't worry about that. Go check out Kazuma. Very funny people, very funny streams. Also, wait. Kazuma, were you the one that was playing with I know there was a few people that were playing with Umbra during Smash Bros. Were you there? I think you were there. I'm trying to remember. Which character were you playing, though? Also, let's give a shout out to Bolosaurus. How do I put... Oh, I forgot to put the at. That's why I was trying to figure out. Where is Bolosaurus? There it is. Also, go check out Volosaurus. Oh, I didn't know Volo was doing art too. Oh, I gotta see that art. All right, let me catch up. Thanks, Lappy. Yeah, no problem. No, thank you for something, Mike. I've been there a few times, but not anytime recently. Oh, gotcha. But I usually play Pikachu or Light Roy for medium, and I'm trying to figure out what name could that have been. Something all for heavy. K-Rool? Might have been K-Rool. No. That K-Rool isn't 5 letters. Who on earth was 5 letters? Oh, it was K-Rool. Okay. What was K-Rool sensor? Crow. What on earth is Crow? I probably shouldn't be looking into this, because I feel like I'm gonna stumble upon it like, oh, it's that. Oh, I should not have said that out loud. So it might be best that I leave it where it is. Go check them both out. They're great people, I agree. Very, very true. Very, very true. Speaking of, you're not safe either there, Demoth. Go check out Demoth. I put a plus, or I put a period after K. Oh, that explains a lot. Okay. Okay, so good. Then that means it wasn't one of those sort of things. Oh, let me see what this message was. Something else. Path of Pain is platforming nightmare, and the pain is thumb pushing and all the buttons. This is a boss. Oh, this is a boss fight at the end of a final arena, or at the end of an arena fight, all in a region where the water takes away your ability to heal. Okay, yeah, that sucks. That absolutely sucks. Like, how are... They put you in a boss fight where you can't heal. They literally put you in a boss fight where they take away one of your mechanics. I don't know how to feel about that. Yeah, if you like Lampy because he's a moth, you'll like the moth. Or, yeah, you'll like Demo because she's a moth. Oh, yeah, see, there you go. It's fine. You don't fall in the water. Oh, gotcha. Oh, it's fine if you don't fall in the water. You know what? Fair enough, fair enough. You know what? Now that you put it that way, it sounds like an interesting stipulation. It still sounds like pain, but it sounds like an interesting stipulation. Understandable. Have a nice day. Oh, wait, I'm working on the wrong part. Anyway, so as I was talking about before, we were talking about how to draw the human anatomy. Or at least the way I draw the human anatomy. We already got already explained the spinal column, the weird trapezoid, which is the rib cage, the slanted square that is the pelvic bone, the fact that the thigh bone and the calf bones are the same length, despite the fact that it doesn't seem like that because one of them is being deceived because of the... I'm always still trying to find the proper term for this, but I just need to remember. Just call it the kneecap. And how the fact, and last but not least, the crazy revelation that drawing the foot out of shapes just makes it look like a racing car. So, fun fact, folks, all of your feet are nothing but racing cars. Get to rolling. Autobots roll out. There we go. You can heal, just be good and don't go in the water. In other words, get good. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Best of luck on that one there, Kazuma. That sounds pain. That sounds like pain. Agreed. I shall head to the kitchen now. Looking forward to art advice in the background. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I hope you enjoy. And go get that drink. Go get whatever it is that you need to do. Love my kachows. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I was thinking of Speed Racer, but when you put it that way, I guess that's not wrong either. Heelys? Oh. Heelys were just trying to achieve our true forms. Also very true. Welcome on in there, Dude Manjo. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. People who have actually, people who have stumbled upon the actual revelation. Looking at people with Heelys. Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Also, bees looking at fighter jets. That's the same equivalent. Bees looking at literally, bees looking, actually, when you really think about it, bees looking at any other creature that flies. Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Because while every other creature needs light bones, big wings, and aerodynamics, a bee is just pure brute force. That's a true Viltrumite right there. Every time you shout me out, I think I'm... Oh, yeah. Every time you shout me out, I think I'm good. And then I always say something that messes you up. Yeah, that's practically on the norm. Thanks for stopping by. I was so honored and happy to see you. Nah. It's always... Or, yeah. Nah. If anything, the honor... There's something to be said there, but nah. Here, take the shout out. Folks, go check out Spicy Nooples. Spicy Nooples is awesome, people. Really cool streams. Really awesome stuff. Very hilarious times. Also, the things that they say are wild, but they also... Well, not but. It should be more so of the things that they say are wild, and a lot of fun over there. A lot of just casual fun, like just talking, chatting, watching them play a video game, and they bring up a lot of things. Specifically, a lot of food. A lot of good food. I actually got that oh, Noobles, funny story. I actually got that ice cream. By the time I got back, what's the word I'm looking for? By the time I got back, it was already so melted I had to put it in the freezer. It is still in the freezer to this day right now. I'm probably going to get that ice cream after the stream is done. That's crazy you would say that. Did you get the ice cream? Indeed, I got... Oh, I found cookie dough over there. I saw cookie dough, so I was like, I gotta get the cookie dough. Boom, right then and there, cookie dough. Wild, I am very tame and boring most of the time.
They're lying.
about both adjectives that they used for themselves right there. But yeah, let me see. How are you? How goes the art? Did you ever see the videos of bees throwing hands with hummingbirds? Wait, hold on a minute. Wait. Hold on. Did I hear that right? Bees throwing hands with hummingbirds. I gotta see the buzzard fight. Because when you think about it, hummingbirds do the exact same thing as bees. Instead of having aerodynamics, they just brute force their way. They brute force everything just like the bee does. And so I'm just thinking like, okay. The power of lack of dynamics compensated with brute force. The two clash. I gotta hear more about this one. That is crazy. As for how goes the art, I want to say it's going pretty well. Granted, it's taken us about 3 hours, but that's also because I've been talking about a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! And so for the most part, one, I've been trying to... Well, since I'm making a character sheet, I'm trying to get a side view of the bird, but since it's a humanoid, it takes a lot of time. Trying to get that just right to where the lines, everything lines up without it looking weird. Which is also tricky to pull off. But I think we're getting there. Maybe. Maybe this rib cage is a little too high, though. Maybe I need to bring it down just a little bit. Now that I'm seeing all of this, I want to bring this part down just a slight smidge. Right there should be good. Because I think the arms or the shoulders at least start somewhere here. Could be wrong though. I want to say shoulders start right there, so we need to make a circle here for the shoulders. And the neck would probably be here. Something like that. There we go. That should be good. Alright, let me see. One sec, let me see. While Noobles is looking for that video, I'm just gonna sit here and say, and they call themselves boring. They know a video about a hummingbird and a bumblebee, well, maybe not bumblebee, but a hummingbird and a bee duking it out. They know about these ice cream places where they have like flavors of the month or flavors of the event or themed flavors. They know they were watching a video about some dude massacring chicken with butter. If I'm correct, they were insulting somebody's mother in a video game. I think it was, there's 2 different video games where, no, they were insulting somebody in a wild way in Elden Ring, and they were insulting someone in a wild way in Cyberpunk. And Noobles calls themselves boring. And tame. Okay, maybe they're more tame Okay, they're more tame than I paint them to be. But boring? Nothing of the sort. Casual and chill, yes. Boring? Absolutely not. Go check them out. I sent it? Alright, hold on a minute there, folks. I need to see this one video right quick. How long is this video? So I'm not gonna put it up on screen, but I wanna see this video. I wanna see what this, also, a funny clip my friend made during driving. I gotta check that one out after stream, but let me see. How long of a video is this one? I'm gonna go visit the site, and I'm gonna mute this channel. Or, yeah, mute it, in case there's music on it. Let me see this hummingbird. Okay, it's literally bees just tackling. Okay, the bee wasn't even tackling. They were literally... Okay. Nubbles was not kidding. Bees literally throwing hands. I've seen enough of the clip. I'll drop this one in the Discord later. Unless you're in the Discord, Nubbles, then if you like, you could also drop it in the Discord. It's not entirely up to you. If you're not in the Discord, that's okay. I'm gonna drop it over there later. Shows the bees and hummingbirds. Yeah. I thought it was just bees just tackling the hummingbird just to disorient it, but no. At one of the clips shows that once the bee got close to the hummingbird, they just started swinging. Literally with their little bee legs, they started swinging. So Nubbles was not joking, and this was not even a metaphor. When they said they were throwing hands, they literally started swinging at a hummingbird. Nature is crazy. Them bees being mean? Yeah. I'm gonna drop that image in the, or I'm gonna drop that video in the Discord. That's the best thing for me to do later on. Stop spying. Of course, I'm lying. Wait, I don't get it. Wait, who's spying? Gotcha. Anyway. Show the bees and the hummingbirds? Nah. I'm trying to avoid this place being a React channel. Because I feel like it's one of those slippery slopes. The moment I show this, the moment I start showing a video, more people are going to be like, hey, Lamp, you got to check this out. I'm like, okay. And then there's no more art. It's just me sitting there just watching videos. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's not entirely... Yeah, that's not a bad thing. I'm just trying to avoid that slippery slope because I know I'm gonna slip. I have no traction. I'm just gonna slide like a football down I'm just gonna, like, it's gotta be a slow, gradual thing, and then I'm just gonna immediately slide down like a freaking a football in a water park tube. Yeah, that's the best way for me to put it. Or an egg in a toilet. It's just gonna go like whoop. Yeah, so I went with egg because we could have made this so much this could have been disgusting, but I'd rather not go down that road. So boom, there you go. Like an egg in a toilet or a football in a water park tube. Is it called water park tube? What are those things called exactly? You know, where you're supposed to, the water slide. There we go. Water park slide. I mean, technically it's still a tube, but I don't know why I didn't think the word slide. Either way. Oh, water slide? Yeah, exactly, water slide. Insect, check. Yep. Art, check. Yep. Just not the kind of stream for today. Exactly. Alright, that's enough for me to follow. Thank you for the follow there, Cold Bounce. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Now, let's continue working on the rest of this here, because we need to figure out how to draw the rest of the anatomy. Now, for the back, we're just gonna... Actually, no, that part should be fine as is. Let's also sketch out the rest of the fur for the clothing and all that. figure out everything where we go from there. There is a water park simulator game. Oh yeah, to be fair, even if I wanted to play the water park simulator game, I still need to play the... What's the word I'm looking for? I still need to play the card game simulator, but I haven't set up the mods for it yet. But I need to set up the mods for the card game simulator. One of these days. One of these days, I'm going to set up that card game simulator. And it's going to be funny. I think. Maybe. Either way, the only thing I want to play a card game simulator is I don't really care for the cards that they have in that one. I was going to say the game. I care for the game. I just don't care for the cards that they have in that game, but they do have a mod where you replace them with either Pokemon and or Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, that's my cup of tea. So that's what I want to do. I'm eventually going to get to that someday, but I also need to finish Rising Revengeance and Elden Ring. Well, maybe not finish Elden Ring, just finish Rising Revengeance first, because Elden Ring, yeah, no, it's going to take a minute. Also, since the elbow's there, we're going to take that line, we're going to put that across, so now we know where the elbow is. So, let's make the line for the shoulder. The shoulder seems to start right there. Boom. Let's put that line. We know where the shoulder starts. And let's make the shape of said shoulder. Boom. Like so. Also, for the arms, when you're making the shoulder, you kind of want them to be a little bit further towards the spine rather than in the front. Card Shop Simulator? That's the one. Card Shop Simulator. You totally revealed to me why I was so uninterested by the end of it. Yeah, that's because the cards in that game they're not familiar. They're cards, they exist, and let's be honest, when you're looking at those cards, the only thing you see on that one is, okay, unfamiliar art, good art, but unfamiliar art, and number that tells you how much it's actually worth. But since you yourself don't have any actual investment in the actual game or the actual franchise of the cards that they give you in that game, it's more so... Now, don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean that you can't have fun with the game itself, but if you're not having fun with the game, chances are it might be because that game, you're not connected to the cards that you're selling. And so it's like, yeah, card, whatever, money, that's what I'm mostly aiming for. All right. At least with food. Okay, at least with the other simulator games. Movies, you might recognize those movies. And even then, it's more like, I remember rental movies. Those were the days. The food simulator, or the supermarket simulator. We all know food. We all know supermarket stuff. So, that's just running through the motions. Personally, I never really got into those ones. But when it came to the card game simulator, nobody's connected to this card game. So, it kind of makes it rather difficult to really say, yeah, Scrammyzor or whatever this is. Also, shoutouts to anyone who gets the reference of Scrammyzor. I'm gonna let you know, Scrammyzor is not an actual card, but it was a card in an old TV show. In an old sitcom, if you will. It was only mentioned in one, maybe 2 episodes. But I remember, it was a whole episode about a Scrammyzor, which was the equivalent of a Charizard in the real day and age. Good luck finding out what that reference is. Anyway, the point being is, that's basically what you see in Card Game Simulator is, oh yeah, Scrammyzor. Scrammyzor seems to be worth a lot of money. So, we pulled a big. It doesn't hit as well as pulling a Charizard, or the round Pikachu from one of those Pokemon, I don't remember which Pokemon pack it was, but there was, the Gigamax. Wait, is it called Gigamax? The Kaiju Pokemon, where they turn into, where the Pokemon turn into Kaijus. That big round Pikachu card. Because I know that big round Pikachu card was worth money. And I know a lot of people that remember the big round Pikachu card. Gigamax, yeah. Oh, Gigantamax. Yes, Gigantamax. I knew about the Pokemon, but not the Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there was a... You know, when you see either Classic Charizard or Gigantamax Pikachu for those that still play the game, or those that still collect during this time, or those that were not there for the ancient years of 1990 or 80 or even 70, you may see those cards and say, oh, I remember this card. Oh my god, this card. We actually pulled this card. That is crazy. Or in my case, LOB Blue Eyes. Exodia Necros. Granted, Exodia Necros is not good, and nor was it competitive, but if I pull an Exodia Necros, I'm gonna be happy. Because it's the cover art card, and it's an Exodia. Not a good Exodia, but it's an Exodia nonetheless. I still like that. I don't care. Need one for discontinued card packs. True. Wait, what do you mean need one for discontinued card packs? I know what discontinued card packs are, but what do you mean? Or if you could clarify that one a little bit, because I think I get it. Maybe? Wait, are we still talking about Card Game Simulator, or are we talking about just in general? Yeah, I just didn't know at all. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, since there's no connection to those cards, it's like, yeah, they exist. But if you add a mod to cards that you actually know of, then that changes everything. That makes it an entirely different game that also gives you a sense of nostalgia. Nostalgia? I'll call it nostalgia. I don't care. It's not the proper pronunciation, probably, but whatever, nostalgia. Why do I feel like something's off? That's what it was. Pelvic bone was too high. I thought something was a little... Yeah, I thought something was a little off here, so here's what we gotta do. Oops, wrong one. We're gonna drag this. We're gonna pull the pelvic bone just a little bit further. Right there should be good. We're gonna connect that spinal column. But now the abdomen feels a little too long, but I think I know what we could do about that one. Just need to make the rib cage just a bit bigger. And have it connect here. Actually, make it a little bit longer. That's what I'm saying. Make the rib cage just a little bit longer. And have the end point just a little bit lower. There we go. That should be good. Alright, let me see. Like showing the older styles and discontinued cards for the Pokemon collection that you would never never see in real life anymore in the card game simulator. Oh, yes, I agree. Especially for that nostalgia factor, that would be great to do. Like just tossing those discontinued card arts, or even just those discontinued cards images in general. So people look at those cards like, oh my god, I haven't seen that thing in ages. Is it even still around? And then they find out, oh yeah, no, that's they haven't made that pack. Well, obviously they're gonna know. They haven't made that pack in ages. Good lord, I haven't seen this thing in so long. That is crazy. That is wild. All that good stuff. And that's what they need to do. Also, one thing to say when it comes to sketching, because we do need to talk a little bit, well, we don't need to talk a little bit about art. Sometimes I go full on art streams without saying anything about the art itself. But I will say this, since we're working on the sketch, I always like to bring this up. I always like to mention this. When you're working on the sketch, if something don't seem right, don't erase what you had before, just go over it. Just go over the shapes that you see and think, let me change this up a bit. If something's a little off, or Either one part is too short, one part ain't long enough, something, you know, one part is too straight, one part is too curved. If any of those pop up, do not erase. Yet, anyway. Work on adjusting it first on your sketch, and once you got it just right, then you can go and erase. Once you got the shape that you're looking for, then you can just go and erase everything, get rid of all of that, because now that you got the shape that you wanted, you can get rid of all the parts that you don't want. Boom, there you go. This will also help you make cleaner shapes, cleaner sketches a little bit. Well, not entirely cleaner sketches, but it'll definitely help out a lot more when working on the art process. Alright, so if that's where the elbow works, so this is where the... whoops. This is where the shape would be. Let's say this is where the elbow is. So the arm would probably go around here. Something kind of like that. And since the wrist is around this area... Wait, is the wrist around that area? Let's reel this back in a little bit. So the wrist is around here. And the hand is right there, so... let's make that shape. Also, as I mentioned earlier for the hand, you want to make a lopsided arch. By lopsided, I mean one side is a little bit higher than the other. And when it comes to your hand, the side closer to the, the side closer to the thumb, that's where the arch would be higher. Also, welcome on in there, Gnome Official. I know it's supposed to be called Gnome, but Gnome, it sounds funnier. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And thank you for the hydrate, the posture check, and the save. Because Lord knows I need that, because one, it is warm out here. It is an oven all over the city. And two, I don't know how long it's been since I've actually saved. So let's actually get that done. And there we go, that should be good. Let's also make the McNugget for that thumb part of the palm. There we go. And this here should be where the thumb ends. Make that a little bit more accurate. There we go. Close enough right there. Also, Iveen Rosepool, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're lamping now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. And welcome on in there, Riker Ninja. How do you be? I hope things are going well. Oh, we're a plush now. Thank you for redeeming plush. I hope things be well. You know what? If I'm correct. No, wait, not even so much if I'm correct. I know Riker streams. Go check out Riker. Go check out the Riker. Very funny streams over there. All that good stuff. What up, Lampy? How's it hanging, Chief? Alright, how's it hanging, Chief? Hope the... oh, yeah. Hope things are doing... or, yeah, hope things are going well. Or hope the art is going well. I'm assuming hope things are going well. There we go. Yeah, I want to say things are going all right. Aside from the electric bill, which, good lord, that thing was a lot of money right there. Outside of that, things have been going pretty well. Things have been pretty good, pretty decent. How about yourself? We're currently working on a character sheet. It's gonna be a minute, but we're getting there little by little. Right, we don't really have to draw everything out here, but we just gotta make sure that everything is on the up and up. So let's try something like that. And there's the hand. We'll clean everything up later, but right now that should be okay. Now for the fluff. There we go, that should be good. Now for the wrist, or not the wrist, the forearm. Okay, right. I should probably be explaining some of this stuff. Sorry, I'm bad at typing. All good, all good. Oh, how is the art? Hope the art is going well. Oh, hope the art is going well. Okay, that makes much more sense. Yeah, I want to say the art slowly but surely is making its way downtown. Walking slow. I don't know how to finish the rest of that song. You know what? I know how to finish the rest of the song. The art is making its way downtown. It's walking slow. It's very hot, and I wish there was snow. There you go. Close enough. I want the winter back. Kind of. Okay, maybe not the winter. I just want it to be spring again. Or fall. You know what? Maybe fall. I want it to be fall again. Because good lord. It's too warm out here. Anyway, so, now that we got all that done, here's what we're going to do next. So, for the forearm, I'm going to try to explain myself on this one. For the forearm, when it comes to the wrist is going to be rather narrow. Not stick-like, but rather narrow. We're going to go with something similar to that. But it's not just going to be a straight line across. No. Making a straight line across would make it very, very odd for the arm. Which, if that's your art style, that's completely fine. But if you're trying to go with, you're trying to go for anatomically correct, which even then, even what I'm drawing isn't quite anatomically correct, but relatively, it's I wouldn't even call it relatively close, but it's on the up and up. Let's just go with that. Anyway, if you want to give there we go. If you want to give the arm more detail, that's a better way to put it. I'm gonna want to make a curve on the inside of the arm just before it reaches not so much reaches the elbow, but how do I put this? Say this is the say this section is the upper arm. And this part is the lower arm. When you're at the point of the lower arm, what you're going to want to do is, at the top of the lower arm, you're going to want to make a slight outward curve. To give it that sense of muscle right there. Not a big muscle, but it does make the arm stick out just a little bit. You want to make that weird little rounded curve right there. Just to give it that sense of arm. Also, for this part of the bicep, I'm actually going to curve this inward a little bit. So it lines up with the forearm a little better. Somewhere right there. Also, for the bicep, again, as you can see, we are making we're kind of making it slightly stick-figured, and we may not want that. So, for the forearm on that one, or for the bicep on that one, instead of just making it stick figured and going all the way across, right? So, what you might want to also do is one, make the shoulder a little bit bigger. Have the shoulder stick out a little bit more. And add a slight curve at the top. Or, yeah, start a little bit higher at the top and kind of have it somewhat curved inward for that arm. Just give it a little more definition. Now that's also the main difference. If you're trying to make it slim, just make it a slight curve. If you're trying to make them bulked up, then you kind of want to add a bit of an oval. You kind of want to add an egg to said arm. Something like that. Nothing too big, but more so closer to the shoulder than to the elbow. You want that bicep to be somewhere around here. And then you just want that to connect inwards to the rest of the body. And then boom, there you go. Bicep right there. But that's only if you're trying to make the bicep on a figure or a character or anything like that. If you're not, just make it a slightly curved, yeah, have it start wide at the top and have it slightly curve inward. Or kind of narrow itself down while you're curving inwards closer to the elbow. Like I'm going to show again right now, we're here. So the whole shoulder is right there. And so the bicep is going to be not on the exact line where the shoulder is, just a little bit inwards from the shoulder. That's still pretty wide, and then curves itself outwards a little bit. Inwards towards the arm. Like so. Also, for this elbow, or yeah, for the forearm, we also still don't want that to just be like a straight line down on the outside. We still want that to be a little bit curved. Need to make a little bit of a bump for the elbow, like so. That part should be good. As for this part of the forearm, let's curve it outwards just a little bit at the top, but not as much as we did with the inside of the arm. Like so. There we go. Somewhere along those lines, that should be good. Something like that. And there we go, we're all set. Yo, Solomon and Nazcat, welcome on in. Nazcat, welcome on in. Solomon, thank you for the raid. Let's give a shout out to a couple folks. First, let's give a shout out to Solomon. How things be, hope things are well, I hope things are good. All that crazy stuff. And everybody stopping by from Solo's stream. Also, everybody go support Solo. Or yeah, everybody go support Solo. Go follow. Everybody from Solo stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes a lot to do rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a character sheet for the bird. We already made a character sheet for the Lampy figure, for the Lampy, for the bird, for the mech. Now we're making a character sheet for the humanoid form. And I hope y'all enjoy your day. I hope y'all enjoy your day. And if you got to care things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding a run, because that's what raids are all about. But if that's ground, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your day. How was the stream? How did Pokemon and Fire Leaf? Yeah, Fire Leaf. You know what? How was Pokemon Forest Fire? How did it go? Hope it went well. Hey there, Mr. Cult. No cult leader. No. Bet. Where's my newspaper? I need to make that one. I need to make one where they had a newspaper and just smack the screen. Like, no, bet. Pop. I was able to beat Fire Red as a speed run with Charizard. It only took me 3 hours. Holy cow, that's a lot. That's also pretty cool right there. Congratulations on speed running with the Charizard. That's hard mode. I hope things be well. I hope things be good. Also, let me check up on some things. All right, let me see. Also, thank you for the shout out. No problem there, Riker, and thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Meta typing, all good, all good. Ah, that's what that does. Indeed, mission failed. We'll get them next time. Let's also give a shout out to Nazcat. Nazcat also does art. They also play the Mario Karts. They also play King's Castle. Stuff like that. Go check them out. Really awesome people, too. All right, let me see. And the newspaper also have culty headlines on it. No. Your model reminds me of voodoo dolls. It's so cool. Yo, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. If you like that, you should see the gun. I always just like showing that part. Because no one ever expects the plushy moth to have a gun. I greatly appreciate that. Also, welcome on in there. Why Coley? Or why Cocky? Why Koki? Why Kochi? How do you pronounce that name, if you don't mind me asking? Forest Fires is the best name I've heard of the original game remasters. Thank you, I'm glad that you like that. I don't see the shell. Oh, Choki. Or is it Koki? It might be Choki. I'm assuming Choki. Choki. Gotcha. Feel free to correct me on that one too if I mess that up. I don't see the shells. It's not loaded. Oh, that's what you think, huh? You think it's not loaded? Let me ask you this. Do you feel lucky? As from what I last remember, I haven't done this yet.
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
Had to do it at least once. Yeah, correct? Alright, Choki it is. Thank you for the... Yeah, thank you for, correcting me on that one. I greatly appreciate that. Is Kite here again? Darn it. Yep. Always happens. Thank you for the clip there, Solo. I greatly appreciate that. I'm glad I got to see this Rickroll. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. That one was a lot of fun. I took inspiration from another... Okay, funny enough, I took inspiration from another Moth streamer that has long since disappeared from these lands. They were called a Mothy Hime. Now, they didn't do it like that, but they just started their stream with that. They just, instead of starting this stream and, you know, just talking to everybody, being like, hey folks, or hey chat, or whatever people normally do, when they hit the go live button, they had their starting soon screen, and when they started, instead of actually starting the stream, they started with Skyrim. And I was like, that is actually amazing. That's pretty fun. And when too many people kept asking, like, is that gun even loaded? And I decided, or the thought bubble popped into my head. I was like, oh, I got a great idea. I know exactly what I need to do. I'm taking a page out of a certain mod's book and using it for my own wicked ideals. My own twisted, devious schemes. I'm sending people to Skyrim my own way. Yeah. Anyway. Idea. Bullets from the shotgun that look like 18-wheelers before it transitions to Skyrim VOD. I wish I could, but it is possible. It is doable, and I like that idea. That's just a lot of work. It was already a lot of work for me to just set up Skyrim, and that's just setting up Skyrim. But I like the idea. I like the idea. That cannot be denied. I don't want to be a milk drinker when I restart my life. I'm lactose. That's okay. That's okay. If I've learned one thing in life, it's this. It's not that you are lactose intolerant. It's that the lactose is intolerant of you. How should I know? I like ice cream. Ice cream does not like me. That is 100% for certain. I also like pizza. Pizza does not like me. I'm a fan of, what's the other thing? I'm a big fan of cheesecake. Surprisingly, no issues there. Makes me worried about what the cheesecake is made of. If, you know, cheesecake is okay with me. Quesadillas. Yes, exactly, quesadillas. I like me some quesadillas. I'm a fan of that there quesadilla. Quesadilla is not a fan of me. Probably because I keep calling it a quesadilla. Like, quesadilla's probably looking at me like, say it right. I don't know why I put up Italian hands when I said that part. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Anyway, that sketch line is going to be for, like, where the hair is. There we go, something like that. Anyway, back to the rest of the shape. Now that we got the hands and we got the wrist, kind of. We got the fluff on the arm. That should be okay for the sketch. Now we got to figure out the shape for the leg. And for the leg, again, now, there's two ways to go about this. Since I'm already too used to this, I could just make the curve like so. Let's make the curve for the leg. Try to line it up properly. Something along those lines. That would be the leg right there. But for some that might, or yeah, for some where they don't start this very often, this part may be a little confusing. This part may be a little tricky. So one thing that I learned in art class many, many years ago, which is over 10 years ago, as crazy as it is to say now, during my college years was over 10 years ago. That's... what a time to be alive. Anyway, so how you want to make the leg muscles, or to sketch out the leg muscles, is that you're going to want to make an oval. Make a very, very long oval. Not one that goes all the way across the leg, but one that you want one that goes at least at the halfway point. Maybe a little bit over the halfway point. Either way, you just want to make a long oval at the halfway point right there. There is your leg. Or that is the first half of your leg. Now for the back side of the leg, you want to make another oval. Around the exact same length. Unlike where the bicep, or unlike where the arm, where one oval is longer than the other, this one, they're about the same length. And after that, you just connect it to the knee. And as for this one, instead of starting where the leg line is that we made earlier, you want to have it pop out just a little bit further. A little bit further on the outside, give it a little sense of meat, or tendon, or other stuff. And then boom, that's how you would make the leg. And as for the calf, you're going to want to do something a little more for that one. For the calf, actually, for the front of the calf, not actually too much. Because, again, for that shin bone, also add start in a minute. For the shin bone, you know, there's not a lot of muscle in front of your shin. That's why when somebody kicks you right there, it hurts a lot. Because there's no muscle, you know, cushioning the blow. That's just bones and nerve. A little bit of muscle, but mostly a lot of bone and nerve. You could actually feel your shin and feel that bone. And because of all them nerves, you could actually feel your shin. Heck, because of all them nerves, I could talk about your shin and you'd feel it. Tell me you don't feel your shin right now. Now imagine the feeling when you stubbed it on a table. I apologize. I didn't want to put y'all through. I should not have put y'all through this, but I thought it was funny. Anyway, my point being is, because there isn't a lot of muscle in the front of the shin, we're not actually going to have a lot of meat in the front. Therefore, we're not going to have too much of an outward curve, more of an inward curve, as you can see right there. It'll actually move a little bit inwards, like so. But for the back, you can already feel it on your calf. There's a lot of muscle on the back there. That muscle is, you know, one of the main muscles that gets you launched forward. As you launched upward, any direction you're moving, that calf is the reason why you have that momentum. Well, not the main reason, but one of the main reasons why you have that momentum. So, you're going to want to make an oval in that direction too, where the back of the leg is to put that calf. Like so. And from there, I'm going to start nearing the top of that calf and connect that to the back of the leg. Like so. And then from here, I'm going to want to drag that. Yeah, you're going to want to get that closer to the ankle down here. So you want to start at the top of that calf and just reel it inwards till it reaches that leg. And then boom, you got your calf and you got the upper body. Or you got, yeah, you got your whole leg. But as you can see, something is a little off about the human body. Because we haven't really done too much about adding the meat on the torso itself. Because you see the leg, but something's missing. Obviously, we have to add some glutes because the glutes is also part of the balance of the upper or of the lower body and all that. Now, how do you go about that? Just make a circle. Make a circle. Oh, hold on a minute. Make a circle on behind the pelvic bone. Like so. And then you just connect that pelvic, or yeah, you connect that circle for the rest of the leg muscles. And then as for this part, we might have made that a little bit big. There we go. And as for the rest of that, you just connect the rest of the muscles to the back of the spine. Like so. And as for the back muscles, there are some muscles on the back, so you might want to add a little more of a layer on top of where you put that spine line. Like so. And then boom, you're all set with the back of the body. There you go. Alright, also let me catch up some things. Being able to drink milk as an adult is a mutation. It's the lactose intolerance everyone makes fun of that are normal ones. I mean, I suppose. Still, I like drinking dairy. I understand that we're not supposed to at this point anymore, because to be fair, we're also not supposed to be alive for as long as we are, but here we are as well. But, you know what? I'm gonna keep going. Or I'm gonna keep on going as far as we can go. You know what? You know what? I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know where I'm going with the rest of this message. Either way, milk. Oh, you know what? You know what? No. Tron. Maybe considered a mutation, but we have grown to adapt. That's why a lot of dads go for milk at the end, right? I'm gonna stop right there. You know the rest of the joke. You know the rest of it. I don't have to explain the rest of the joke, and it's probably best that I don't. Also, let's see. That's true. Well, I'm off. I hope everyone has a great rest of a great rest of their interneting. Hope you all have a good rest and your stream too. Mr. Cult. What? Stop calling me cult leader. I'm not a cult leader. Also, thank you for stopping by. Thank you again for the raid there, Zolom. And I hope you have a good night, fair tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. Also, we need to find where the rib cage is. It's right around here, so we're actually going to need to make a line at the halfway point of said rib cage. Now, the reason why we need to make that line, because that is where the chest is going to lay. And this applies to just the human body in general. Because, how do I put this? Everybody's got a chest. Everybody's got pecs. There we go. Everybody's got chest meat muscles. Just that they work a little differently depending on the person. So, in this case, we're actually going to start with that square. Like so. And then, at that point, you got to make circle a little bit around that halfway point right there. Now, we don't just stop at circle, because obviously you're going to need to consider... What's the word I'm looking for? In and weight, I guess, is the best way to go about it. So, though, normally you would just go with a... Well, we're not going to explain the rest of that part because we're trying to not to deal with TOS. So, I'm just going to gloss over that moment right there. But we explained enough about the chest to explain that, you know, you start with the chest at the halfway of the rib cage, and you add a circle on top, and then you just connect it to the rest of the body. There's many different ways that you can connect it to the rest of the body, but considering the situation, we're just going to stop right there. Oh, right, I also forgot. We could actually work with this here. So, drag this line all the way across, and see if we landed. Yeah, pretty much. It's supposed to be where it lands, right around there. Now, let me see the other half. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm gonna say... landed in the proper spot. That should be good. Now for the belt. Let's add belt line right there. Add belt buckle line right there. That should be good. And that should be all right. There. All set. Now for... Actually, now that we got the anatomy done, we could actually sketch out the actual body a little bit more. Also, I kind of want to... rotate this just a slight bit. Rotate it just a slight. Take this part of the leg. Rotate this one just a little bit more. Right there should be good. Now let me see. Move a little bit further up. There we go. And then take this half of the leg and then rotate it one more time. Just rotate the calf a little bit. Because I feel like I was leaning a little bit too forward. Right there should be good. Also, what time is it? 11? Not sure if I want to call it just yet. But I might be calling it soon. Mostly because I still need to get some work done on some other things. I need to work on, well, one, I need to send that D&D character sheet, and I also want to work on the album cover a little bit more, while I still have mental energy. Yeah, this should be all set. Because tomorrow is dedicated to a live TD moment. Not for me, but for somebody. So I need to dedicate that time to live TD. Right there. That should be good. All right, well, that's the shape of the human anatomy on the side, or yeah, the side profile. Now that we got all of that done, we just need to clean everything up a bit. Let's move that over there, start over here, and we're actually going to start with the image without an arm. Now, the reason why we want to start with that is because, again, we want to make sure that whoever's making the model of this can actually see all the parts. So we're going to make a version where we're going to make two side views. One side view where it has the arm, and one side view where it doesn't. Or actually, a side view where it has... where it's a completely made... completely 100% design. There we go. The whole design. There, that's the best way for me to put it. We're going to make a version where it has the whole design, and then we're going to make a version where some of the accessories and even the arm is removed. So whoever works on this can actually see how, you know, all the details and stuff. Because that's the point of the character sheet, for people to know how to draw the parts that might not be always seen. That makes any sense? Being able to draw the whole thing as a whole. And there might be some things that obstruct and obscure the full design. So we need to make sure that we remove parts that don't... Yeah, we need to remove certain parts that obstruct that design. Yo, Epic Toaster, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things be well. I hope things be good. Welcome on in, Toaster. Hope you're having a good day, good night, whatever it is. All that good stuff. Let's give Toaster a shout out. Also, thank you for the hydrating and stretch. Honestly, I need that. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I think I've been plushy long enough. It's time to go. We have to go back. There we go. All set. Doing all right. Was about to eat and saw you were live, so popping in. How are you? Or yeah, how are you doing? I am melting like an ice cream on a sidewalk in Texas. Outside of that, things have been pretty good. Things have been all right. I have a game plan on how to set up my retirement. So that was one thing that I was always worried about. Like, I was always looking at, like, I need to set this up. I have a couple of game plans, but I don't know how long this is going to take. Now I think I got something, now I think I got something solid and concrete. So here's that. Now all I need to do is just dedicate to that. If I could get this right, if I could get this done properly and everything lines up, well, not so much everything lines up, but if things go all right, granted, everything always has a snag, but if things go all right, it should work out pretty well. And if things don't work out the way I expected, that's okay, I have other plans. This is just the most promising. Everything else, it should be inevitable. But this one should be more solid than any of the others. So here's hoping. Here's hoping this works. If not, that's okay. We'll figure something out. All right, doing all right. Oh, right, I read that part. But yeah, in the meantime, I thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you get some good rest when the time rolls on it. Okay. Let's erase some things. Work on all of that. I know what I need to do. Let's actually take this part. Let's actually move that to the side, because we're actually going to need to make a profile. Like I mentioned before, we're going to need to make 2 different profiles for this one, so let's keep that one clean right there, so I can figure that part out later. What I also need to do is erase certain parts so we could add the sketch for the body. Let's erase that part. Actually, now that I think about the sketching, why don't I just start with the actual... Yeah, why don't I just start with the actual whatchamacallit? The actual line art, because I think I could pull this off right now. Oh. I did not make the shoe. Hold on a minute. Let's start right there. That line is over here, so let's bring that line across there. Boom. That's where that shoe lands. That's where the shoe fits. Or other words, I don't know. Somebody shut me up. And I feel like that might be the best option. Somebody shut me up. There we go. Shoot. Or boot. Whatever. Plans are always good, and backup plans equally good, but I'm sure your plan will carry true. Although, there's one thing that I feel like is correct, because it makes sense, but at the same time, I'm not a gambling person, so I can never pull this one off. So there are some people that say that if you have a backup plan, that means that you are not convinced that your first plan is going to work. Therefore, your first plan, or your main plan, or your main goal, or however you want to call it, or your mango, it's not... You don't believe in it if you have a backup plan. I'm like, you know what? Fair and reasonable. But you know what? I'd rather have the security that if things don't go well, it's not the end of the world. So you know what? I'm sticking with that backup plan. Now, I'd like for this to work, but I'm not going to bank everything that I have on it, no matter how tempting it would be. But I am going to plan on working towards it, and that's the main idea. Not having a backup plan, or three, is what led to the Titanic. Case in point. Sometimes you want that security, because if you don't, you end up with the Titanic. Or what's that other one? The Zeppelin. Or what's that other one? The shuttle. Not Apollo 13. Apparently it was called something else. The Challenger? I think it was called the Challenger. Yeah. Let's not end up in a Challenger situation, am I right? I'd rather not be in a Challenger situation. Also, folks, always remember, when it comes to sketching... Yeah, when it comes to sketching, and you're working on line art and stuff like that, just remember that you don't have to follow that work to the letter. You do not have to follow the sketch to the letter. The sketch is there for the blueprint, but not the final design. If you feel like there's parts that could be adjusted, could be cleaned up, adjust and clean them up. Makes it a whole lot easier to work with. I always want to bring that up because I always remember that one question where someone asked, like, why aren't you following the lines to the letter? Like, you made the sketch, why not follow? Or, yeah, You may, or how did it go? Basically, the question was, why aren't you following the sketch? Like, I see you drifting off away from the line or straying away from the lines that you made. And so I always want to explain that part. Because I feel like if one person asks a question like that, then there might be other people that may not know. So I always want to give that information. I always feel like it's very helpful. Just to be safe. There we go. All right, now for the last part. Let's just add... You know what? You know what? Now that I think about it. Let's draw this part without the obscurities first. Man, there's them dogs. Nope, not gonna lie. Hearing this track here, it's kind of nostalgic. Because for those of you that don't know, this track was actually one of the very first... Well, not this track in particular. Actually, maybe it was this track in particular. Let me double check. Yeah, it wasn't exactly this track in particular. Also, I'm going to lower the volume. I made it too high. Specifically that first half of the track. That part... How do I put this? I'm trying to find the exact words for this. That first half of the track... It was actually one of the tracks that played way so many years ago when I first started doing this whole thing. So hearing that part of the track, it just it kind of sent me back a minute. Kind of just sent me back a moment there. Like, I remember those times. Simpler times. Much simpler times. Granted, those were also the times when I was struggling with stuff. I was struggling financially, but simpler times nonetheless. Although, to be fair, that was also when I was first starting this whole thing out, and I was still doing DoorDash, and DoorDash wasn't paying all that well. Mostly because I still had to repair my car a lot, so... Yeah, that, Oh, right, I also forgot. That was also during the time when I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe I just need a moment. Maybe I need a moment to catch up on work. Or not catch up on work, but take a break from printing, and then once I get all that figured out, I'll be able to get back into it like it was nothing. Yeah, it turns out no, I just straight up just dropped that. I eventually just dropped that business like they were spitting my sandwich. Wait, that one doesn't make any sense. Okay, how do I put that? I dropped that business like it was a sandwich in my hands, and I just found out that there was spit. There we go. That's the best way for me to put that analogy. Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out analogies here. I feel like analogies help with vocabulary, because if you could come up with more analogies and all of that stuff, it might help with vocabulary, because now you gotta mix words together. And you gotta... Yeah, I feel like that's one way to build a vocabulary. Just find ways to just make analogies. I think that might help. Maybe. Or at least I'm gonna hope it I'm gonna hope it helps. Like I said, I've been trying to build on my vocabulary over the past couple of years. I don't feel like it's actually developed much. But maybe time will tell. Although, funny enough, I was thinking about Night Rain for a minute there, and then I realized, wait, no, I gotta work. I gotta deal with the work. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to play Night Rain. And I know I have to take care of more important things. More pressing matters. Like D&D. I also need to find out where that bag of dice went. Oh. Okay, so funny story there, folks. I've been thinking about... I needed to roll dice for leveling up my character. I did not know where on earth my dice went. I looked to the left, I looked to the right, I looked in the spot that I normally had it. I assumed it fell on the floor. I thought I moved it. Turns out, camouflage. How far away was it from me? It was literally right under my microphone. And I don't know how it took me this long to find that out. Oh, there goes that bottle. That's all right. What time is it? 9:30? Let me see. What do we got here? Okay, if we hide this for now. I'm just gonna add this circle for where the arm is supposed to be. And let me see. If we hide this again. That spot should be alright. That spot should be okay. Okay, so that's going to be the side where most of the factors are hidden. And this one here is going to be the side where we actually draw all the parts, all the things. Or maybe it should be the other way around. And you know what? We already drew this one like that, so here's what we could do for that problem. The second time we draw all the factors that are supposed to be on it, actually, let's duplicate this, move it over. Perfect. Erase all of that stuff, go back to the previous sketch, which is here. Oh, the copy sketch. There we go. Fix those parts up. And just add all the factors that are supposed to be there. Then we'll be all set. We'll be all good. Gun. Thank you for redeeming gun. And thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. And the stretch. Yeah. There we go. All right, and in the meantime, let's just add these final parts, add these final pieces. Then we'll be a-okay. And then once we get that done, we'll actually start working on the line art next stream. Yeah, we'll actually start working on the actual line art and clean everything up, clean up all the sketches, all of that good stuff, if that makes any sense. I'm also going to hide the gun for a moment, go back to this one, because I need to snag that sketch. There's the sketch. There we are. Right there should be good. There we go. Perfect. All right. Now that we got that, merge the two sketches down, find the line. There we are. Get rid of this shape. Yeah, this is the one. We're going to make the shoulder, and for the shoulder, what we want to do is make a line that goes... We kind of want to make a circle, but instead of making a full oval, we're going to make a cone nearing the bottom. Now that may seem a little off, and it may seem a little weird, but hear me out. Now that we got that part, we're also going to start with the line that's just a little bit below the bottom curve, or the bottom half of the circle. Right around here. We're going to use that to make that curved in arm. And just before it goes all the way, have it loop out just a little bit to show that's where the elbow, or the inside of the arm is. Right where the elbow would normally bend. And then again, start at the bottom of the circle, have it come out just a little bit, and then reel it back in. And just at that point, put the elbow shape, just add a little bit of a bump at the bottom. Hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. Go check out Lil. I highly recommend it. Really fun streams. Oh, that's what's going on. The flow is at 10%. I was looking at this part and thinking something seems a little off. Something seems a little blurry. Something don't seem right. That explains it. I said hydrate, not attack me. Same thing. Wait, no. Don't listen to that part. I just realized the implications behind that. No. Don't worry about it. You know what? There was no shout out. Wow. What wow? I'm just doing what any parent would do, or any adopted parent would do. Wait. That does what any adopted parent do. attack their kids with shoutouts. Yeah, that makes sense. Could your mom did? Look, I got jumped in your channel. This is fair. There you go. I got jumped. This is fair. There we go. All right, so now that we got the floof, let's add this part of the hand. There we go. All set, all good. Now, I know that seems like a weird mitten, but trust me, that's a hand. For now. This is a sketch after all. We don't have to worry about all the details yet. Just got to clean things up a little, and then we'll be good. We'll be all set. Also, everybody go check out Lil. Very funny streams, really awesome times. Go check out their throne, invade that. Yeah. Now for the next step, what we need to do... Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take this image. Since we already got the first half done over there, we could actually take this image and bring this around. Because what we need to do next... You know what? Just put them right in the dead... Or, yeah. Well, not dead center, but put them somewhere in the middle. What I want to do... Get this point. Put that line, drag it across. Oh, wait, wrong layer. Back to this one here. Yeah. Well, actually, no, this one here. Let's bring this back around over here. Get that line, drag it across. Is that the proper one? That is the proper one. Okay. Then take that line, drag that across. And then last but not least, take this line and drag that across. Because now we're going to see is where exactly this point's supposed to stop. And it stops right there. Then it curves outwards. Until it stops right there. But that's where that part curves outward. This part has to keep on going until it reaches that point. There we go. So that's how that whole part's going to work. Well, now we actually have to draw that on the actual layer now, though. Because that's where I seem to have done fumbled the ball on that one. That's okay. Now that I know how all of that works, we could actually get rid of those lines. Stop right there. Boom, there we go. Now go back to the actual layer where the line art is. Well, not line art, but more so sketch. Boom. And as I mentioned before, even though that ain't quite the accurate spot and we would want to erase that, instead of doing so, we're going to keep the line where it is. So we could start at the proper point, which is all the way down here, and connect that like so. And even then, we might want to have this pop out a little bit more. Now that we got that shape, we could erase some of these excess lines, excess materials that are making it rather difficult to see where the pinpoint actually is. Boom, there we go. But not only that, we can actually use this to curve inwards a little bit. Like so. Have it actually curve inwards like that. Now that we got all that done, we can actually start using this to erase certain lines. Not all of the lines, but certain lines. There we go. And actually do the same thing on the other side as well. So, take that line, erase all of that. Boom, there we go. Take this line, erase all of that. All set. Whoa. Whoa, what? Wait, what happened? What? Wait, why, what? Wait, why, what, whoa? What, waggy? I need sleep. I definitely need sleep. What am I doing? Okay, let me see. I think we got that set up. Luckily, this design is a lot less complicated than the previous one. Coffee? Why coffee? Why are you posting coffee? Oh, because I need sleep. You put coffee. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's on. Thank you for posting the coffee. I greatly appreciate that. No, I don't even need that second half. I could just leave it like that, apparently. I could actually just delete this whole thing. Oh, wait, no, not entirely. It almost. I could just delete this whole part. Well, almost. There we go. Let's save. And so those are the two parts, and then I'll work on everything else later. Oh, because I was looking at your live 2D models? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you're right. I was being too defensive. I'm too used to someone just posting a link and being like, alright, it's time to bully Lampy. So yeah, that's on me. Fair enough. Yeah, I think that's about everything for now. We'll come back to this at a later time. Mostly because I don't know what... I mean, there are other projects that I want, or that I need and should draw... Well, not so much need, but there are other projects that I should be doing, other projects that I want to do, and other projects I've been saying that I've been needing to do, like making more Lampy emotes. I need to set up a poll. Not up a poll, not so much a poll, but I need to set up some ideas of... or some feedback on emotes in the future, because I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the emote ideas that I was given, I realized, okay, these are good ideas, some of them are also a little, but at the same time, how do I put it? I like these ideas, but at the same time, I also have an emote that practically is very, very similar, so I don't know if that really... I would either have to retire one of the emotes for the newer ones or just not make the new one at all. And I don't know how to feel about that. Because I feel like if I put both, I feel like that's just two emotes that fulfill the same purpose. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this in too much of a technical standpoint. I don't know. Turns out I may be able to run a live 2D model, so may use a Lampy one. Ooh. Interesting, interesting. I need to make a bird live 2D model. One that's available to the public. I need to make one that's available to the public. But for now, we'll come back to this on... What day is it today? Today is Wednesday, right? I'll come back to this character sheet on Friday. Because I'm not going to lie. Actually, no. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance on Friday. I might do something on set. No, wait, I got D&D on set. Yeah, okay, so I'll save this for Sunday, because I need one more break from Elden Ring. I know that sounds sacrilege. Well, actually, there's a lot to do in Elden Ring, so I might not want to skip that one either. You know what? I might want to play Elden Ring. Okay, here's the conundrum. I want to play Elden Ring. I want to work on this. I also want to work on Rising Revengeance, but I ain't got enough time to do all of it. Unless... Okay, I want to work on this, and I still want to play Rising Revengeance and Elden Ring. So, I can't do this on Saturday, and I can't do this on Friday and Sunday. But there is tomorrow. So I might be back tomorrow to continue this. So, here's my game plan. I don't know how successful this is going to be, but Friday, or tomorrow, more of the character sheet. Friday, Rising Revengeance. Saturday, I'm gonna be gone because D&D. Sunday, Elden Ring. And going through some more lore stuff, because there's a lot of lore that we skipped out on, and we're not skipping out on that. Well, not so much skipped out on, but we haven't gotten to yet. So, we need to catch up on some of that stuff. Lore time. Yeah. So, we'll be back with that. Also, congrats there, Kui, on the PC setup. Or I can't wait to see how it turns out. And you being able to use live 2D models, that's going to be awesome. That's going to be funny. That's going to be wild. Okay, so folks, I will be back again tomorrow at 7 p.m. PST to continue working on the character sheet. Which is funny, because the first 3 hours... Let me actually show you how much we got done in the first 3 hours. I'm just going to put it to you this way. The first 3 hours... Wrong layer. Oh, I copied the wrong part. That's why. First 3 hours of the stream was just this. Just the face. And it wasn't even this clean. It was very, very sketched out. Which I don't remember where it went. It was around here somewhere. Either way, point being is, first sketch, or yeah, first 3 hours of the stream was just ahead. I want to say last hour, maybe even 2 hours. Got the whole body set up. Also, hold on a minute. There we go. Actually, no, that doesn't make any sense either. We'll come back to that one at a later time. Might also need to raise the arms up a little bit. I don't know. We'll figure out the anatomy a little bit better. Either way, the point being is we got a lot done in the last couple of hours in comparison to the first 3 hours, but that's also because I was chatting with a lot of folks, and it's always fun chatting with folks. This is why they tell you you can't this is why when they have people working, they make sure that nobody's talking to one another. Because it's hard to focus when you're talking to one another. But that being said, though, we're going to come back to this and work on it some more. So, look forward to that if you like this sort of work. Because I think the next step that we're going to be working on next is adjusting the, making the actual line art. Yeah, making the actual line art, probably the base color, probably working on the wings, because that part's going to be the tricky one, but we'll figure that part out. In the meantime, I'm going to go get some ice cream. I'm going to turn off a lot of this stuff, and I'm going to also start working on that album cover. Album cover art. I should, well, do I need to specify that one? I don't know, but just to be safe. All right, with that being said, I think I know who we're going to raid into right quick. In the meantime, here's our raid message. You know what? Since we were using the bird, since we were drawing the bird, I was going to say, let's use some bird emotes. That's what I'm trying to say. Since we were drawing a lot of the bird, let's make some let's use some bird emotes for this emote. Or for this raid message. What should we call it? You know what? Let's confuse people. Moth raid. Hey, we're just going to put nothing but birds. That's a raid message. Let's go with that. Use those emotes if you have them. Use whatever emotes you have if you don't. And if you don't have these emotes, trust me, it'd be funnier if you used emotes that weren't moth-related emotes. There you go. We're going to go with that sort of nonsense. That should be perfect. Let me see. Are they still on? If not, that's okay. We can still find, we can still play. Or, not play. Well, oh, you know what? Okay, I got an idea. Dang, that's a good number of people. But now that I see, I know who we could draw people off. We're gonna go drop you folks off with a Morty VA. They play a lot of, they just started getting into Elden Ring Night Rain, and you already know we go ham for Night Rain here. So let's go show some support, which sucks because, well, not so much sucks. I was gonna say, let me clarify on this. We're gonna be raiding into Morty, but what's unfortunate is that I see so many people that I could raid into. I was like, why can't I raid into everybody? But that's just how life is. We're gonna raid into Morty. I want to raid into Morty, but there's so many people I want to raid into, but there's only one stream, so I can't raid into everybody. And that's the part I'm looking at that sucks. I'm like, why can't I raid into everybody? I mean, I can, but only one of them is going to be legitimate. The other ones are just going to be a little, I don't know how to put it. Anyway, let's head on out. I'm overthinking. And when overthinking happens, that becomes the parts where you stumble upon your words and now you say things that sound so much worse than you expected them to say. When you're trying to word. That's the best way to go about it. Anyway, let's head on it. Thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Go support the Morty. They do a lot of arting. They also do live 2D. Also really, really fun streams. All of that good stuff. And if you would like to support the channel or keep up with whenever we go online and all of that, or whenever we post any of our works, you can find our works as well as when we stream on the socials over there. And if you would like to support, you can also check out the Etsy page for live 2D, affordable live 2D models. You can also check out the Fourth Wall page for Lampy plushies and Lampy figures and t-shirts and all of that other stuff. And if you or someone you know is looking for emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, live 2D models, both big and small, whether it just be the art or just the rig, or even animations, you can either contact me directly or go to the vgen page. Every little bit helps because it keeps the roof over my head and it keeps the internet on. And with that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I will be back tomorrow to continue the character sheet. Go show Morty some support. And I hope you have a good night, a very tomorrow, and a great week. Also, there's going to be a funny surprise over there. Look forward to that. Anyway, you all take care now. Laters. That's a helicopter. They found me. Book it. So thank you for the follow there, Croa. Take care, Tenko.